We have different tasks that the union entrusted to us with the legislation that came to us from 2007 until now. But to put it in few bullet points, our core work is to carry on technical, scientific, but also administrative tasks in relation to the implementation of the legislation on chemicals. And I would like to emphasize implementation. We are not ultimately the decision maker. The decisions always stay with the Commission. We are supporting basically through our work that the European Commission and also the other union bodies take the appropriate decisions. And we do so through our work on scientific opinions and decisions. So basically we issue opinions and decisions which are solely of scientific nature, which are transparent. We issue these opinions in collaboration with the stakeholders, meaning that they are involved in the process. They are independent. They are done through our scientific committees, and they have a high quality standard. As already mentioned, we collaborate with union bodies, with the other EU agencies and the other institutions, but also with the member state competent authorities. We also collaborate with third countries and international organizations in pursuing our work. Besides, our work also requires to provide tools, advice and support to the companies, and we have a particular focus on the SMEs to support in fulfilling their duties under the chemical legislation. And as already said, our work is transparent. We provide relevant, reliable, and objective information also for the public and other interested parties. A few words about how we are organized. So basically, ECHA is steered by a management board that it's composed of representatives of member states, from the Commission, and also nominations from the European Parliament. The ECHA body, what you see around, it's what we call the secretariat. We are about 600 people in Helsinki, and the secretariat is led by our executive director. We work in close cooperation with our committees. So basically, the committees are the ones issuing opinions and decisions. And we currently have 4 committees: the Member State Committee and Biocidal Product Committees. They have national delegates, representatives from the member states appointed by the competent authorities in the member states. And then we have the Committee for Risk Assessment and the Committee for Socioeconomic Analysis. They are composed of independent experts nominated from the member states or co-opted members that are appointed by the management board. We also have the Forum for Enforcement, which is a body that works towards harmonization of enforcement of the different legislations within ECHA's remit to ensure better harmonization across Europe. And then we also have the Board of Appeal, where the stakeholders, basically industry, could challenge specific decisions taken by ECHA, especially under REACH or the biocides. Yeah, as you can see here, it's a very colorful image which shows our evolution. We have been set up in 2007 through the REACH regulation, and we were given the mandate to implement REACH. Very soon after, we've got also tasks under the CLP, classification and labeling and packaging regulation. A few years after, we received tasks for the implementation of the biocides. And yeah, over the years, we received also some other smaller tasks under the Waste Framework Directive, occupational exposure, prior informed consent, persistent organic pollutants, and from 2020, tasks under the drinking water. And as you can see, our mandate is constantly increasing. We receive also tasks recently related to the batteries industrial emissions directive, but also there are tasks that will come within the next few years, 1 or 2 years, under other water directives, the so-called water protection directives, and tasks under the toys and so on. So what I want to say together with this picture is that we have received these tasks, first of all, because we delivered well for the tasks in our mandate, but also because we have a very good collaboration with our institutional partners, and they entrusted us that we can carry on the tasks that came over the years. And last but not least, some of the tasks, or most of the tasks that we have received resemble quite well the tasks that we already have in our portfolio, meaning that we can ensure a more consistent implementation of the chemicals legislation across the EU. Now, when it comes to the drinking water, as I already said, this task came in 2020. And since then, we have undertaken quite some work to get prepared for this work. So what exactly it means for us? Under the Drinking Water Directive, ECHA will implement Article 11. So basically, we are responsible for quite specific object, and this is to ensure the safety of substances that are in the materials in contact with drinking water. So basically, this is supposed to support protecting the health of the EU citizens in relation to the substances that are in the pipes or filters or other materials that come in contact with drinking water, and therefore also supports the harmonization of the internal market. The process starts very soon. So basically from January 2026, the notification process starts, and then from 2027, the application process is also initiated. So what exactly we do? First of all, we manage the notification and application system. So basically, we process the submissions and publish the information. We ensure that the submissions contain the necessary information, and we also collect information from third parties in line with what is done also for most of the pieces of legislation in EU. We call for public consultations to collect more information. And this is the basis for the Risk Assessment Committee to prepare scientific opinions that then we forward to the European Commission, which takes the the decision about the migration levels for the respective substances. And we communicate with the applicants where necessary to ensure the smooth processing of the applications. Besides, and as I already mentioned, we started the work in 2020, and during this time, we worked together also with our colleagues in the Commission to outline the process for the applications, to issue guidance and manuals, and also to provide training and events. We also set up a working group at the Risk Assessment Committee to go through the step of the process and then address the challenges that we may see coming through the applications. The work is not over, of course, but quite considerable work has been already undertaken. We are also here to answer questions in relation to the substances on the EU positive lists and also to support you in understanding what type of information is requested and how this could be fulfilled. So my main message towards you is be prepared for the drinking water process and apply to ensure that the substances that are in the materials follow the regulatory requirements and ensure then compliance with the directive. Get prepared for the notification system and then start notifying as of January 2026. Familiarize yourself with the obligations and also with the material that is already available, the guidance, the manuals, and the UCLID format, which is the basis for the submission of applications. Communicate in your supply chain and then ensure a group effort to make the work effective. And of course, start preparing for the applications, generate data when needed, please consider this because this is from experience, this is something that cannot be done overnight. So consider sufficient time to prepare the applications. And keep yourself informed, follow the ECHA website to see if there is relevant information coming up. We are here and we are ready to support you through this journey, and do not hesitate to contact us if needed. And with this, thank you. And we are looking forward to start the journey and to go through it together in the spirit of our vision. Thank you.
Thanks, Ophelia. I hope everything was clear. If there's some of these issues are a bit new to you, then of course we have many presentations to follow where these issues will be expanded upon. So I hope by the end of the day, this will become second nature to you. And we also have a question and answer, of course. So if you have some questions that come up to your minds during the day, we have a question and answer session around 4 o'clock this afternoon after coffee. So you'll be raring to go. And we can hopefully answer anything which remains unclear to you. So we have a number of different speakers and presentations to give you. We have 3 before coffee at sorry, the microphone just disappeared. And then afterwards we have another few presentations and, as I said, this question and answer session. And then after the close of the day, we have a small evening program a welcome drink or to celebrate the end of the first day. So maybe without any further ado, we can start on the first presentation, which is from our colleague from the European Commission, Bert Leemans, who is online. So Bert, can you hear me? Are you ready?
Yes, good morning still, yeah. Yes, I'm ready.
Good, then over to you.
Okay, thanks very much. So maybe first to introduce myself, my name is Bert Leemans. I work in DG Environment of the European Commission, and I've been working together with the colleagues from ECHA on the development of the Commission implementing and delegated acts which were adopted in the beginning of 2024. So in my presentation, I will try to frame a bit the, let's say, the high level objectives of the Recast Drinking Water Directive, and try to frame the European positive list and also the conformity assessment procedures. So next slide, please. So just a brief history on the Recast Drinking Water Directive. The directive was adopted at the end of 2020 and entered into force beginning of 2021. And what the most important date is that the member states, they had to transpose the directive into their national legislation by the beginning of 2023. And so all member states now have transposed this directive into their national legislation. Next slide. There are two main objectives in the Recast Drinking Water Directive. So also in the previous Drinking Water Directive, the main objective was to protect human health by ensuring the quality of water intended for human consumption. So this is the legal wording. It's water intended for human consumption, but often, of course, we say just drinking water. A new objective of the Recast Drinking Water Directive is to improve access to water intended for human consumption. Next slide, please. So how do we ensure the protection of human health and also access to water? There are quite some new provisions in this Recast Drinking Water Directive. We have the update of the safety standards, which are mainly based on WHO recommendations, so the World Health Organization. We introduced a drinking water watch list to monitor substances of emerging concern. For example, endocrine disruptors are on this watch list. We introduced a risk-based approach, which is more or less in line with protection at source. So we don't only look at the point of compliance, which is usually the tap, but also on risk assessment and risk management of, for example, catchment areas for abstraction points. Access to water, there is an obligation for member states to improve and maintain access to safe drinking water for all, and in particular for vulnerable and marginalized groups. There are provisions that for member states to provide more transparency for consumers, so information to the public. And last but not least, there are the provisions on the materials in contact with drinking water. So it was already mentioned, it's the implementation of the Article 11 of the Recast Drinking Water Directive. Next slide, please. So how does the Recast Drinking Water Directive ensures protection of human health? Basically, we have in this directive, we have four mechanisms. I already mentioned the updated new parameters based on WHO recommendations, but also, for example, a precautionary principle. We have the risk-based approach, which covers the entire water supply chain. We have a watch list. And last but not least, we have the hygiene requirements for materials in contact with drinking water, which is actually a preventive measure. So to prevent harmful substances to leach into the drinking water. Next slide. Yes, so first of all, I think it's important to remind the scope of the Article 11. So it's about materials that are used in new installations or in case of repair works of reconstruction, so in existing installations. And it covers the entire supply chain in a sense that it starts at the abstraction points, goes to treatment, installations, storage, distribution networks, until the tap where the water emerges for human consumption. So this is the scope, let's say the physical scope, the boundaries of the whole system. Important to note is that not all materials have to be changed when this Article 11 applies. It's only in case of new installations or in case of repair works or reconstruction of existing installations. Next slide, please. So to implement this Article 11, Commission adopted 3 implementing decisions and 3 delegated regulations, which are all connected. And they were adopted in the beginning of 2024, published in April 2024, and entered into force in May of that same year, so in May of 2024. There are some links to these 6 implementing and delegated acts, so you can consult them, but I suppose most of you already know these Commission acts. So next slide, please. So this is an overview on how all the acts, all the 6 acts are interrelated. I don't know if you can read it clearly, but in fact, there are 2 main pillars in the whole European system. So there's one pillar which will be discussed in more detail today. It's the European positive list, where we have substances, compositions or constituents listed more than 2,000 in the first European positive list. Only these substances are allowed to be used in the manufacturing of the materials that come into contact with drinking water. So this European positive list is one of the pillars. The second pillar is the conformity assessment procedure for products. This conformity assessment procedure is in fact the starting point. So it's a third party who will assess the products. Date of application of all the acts is the end of 2026. It was already mentioned before that the notifications for the European positive list will start at the beginning of next year already. But the date of application of the acts is the end of 2026. And transitional provisions are possible in the sense that transitional provisions or a transitional period can apply until the end of 32. So how does the system works? In fact, it's the economic operator who will first apply for a conformity assessment procedure for his product, and the first thing the third party conformity assessment body will do is to check the formulation, and to check the formulation, the conformity assessment body will check the European positive list in order to be reassured that the substances which are on the list are also used in the manufacture of the product or the material. So the 2 pillars are the European positive list and the conformity assessment procedure. What are the other acts about? The other acts are about the methodologies for testing and accepting starting substances and the constituents and compositions which are on the European positive list. That's an implementing act. And there's a delegated act related to the procedure for the application process. So that will be explained in more detail today, the application process. On the other hand, we have for the materials, we have procedures for testing them. That's an implementing act, and we have also a delegated act for the marking of the products, which have the approval or have the certificate and the declaration of conformity by the manufacturer. So this is in a very short overview on how they are all related. So next slide, please. So how does the system then then works. I already mentioned that the initiative has to come from an economic operator, for example. He has to apply to this conformity assessment body, which is a notified body. So notified bodies are conformity assessment bodies that are notified to the Commission. And that's one of the major advantages of this European system. So once the economic operator gets a certificate or an approval from a notified body, he will be able to place his product on the entire European market. So it's in fact a system that consists of one test, one certificate, and one market. So no need anymore to go to the different certifying authorities in the different member states. Only one notified body will issue the European certificate. We have some conditions on this notified body. I already mentioned they have to be notified by the member states. So the member states, they have to check whether these conformity assessment bodies of their member states, whether they comply with the requirements. And one of the requirements is the ISO 17065 accreditation. So these notified bodies, they have to be accredited in order to be notified to the Commission. So it's the member states who are responsible for the accreditation of the conformity assessment bodies and also for the notification to the Commission. So and then these notified bodies, they will issue certificates. So the certificates is risk-based. It's the same as the testing. In fact, the testing is also risk-based. So testing requirements are not the same for example, an O-ring as it is for a piece of polyethylene pipe, which is used in the distribution of water. So a polyethylene pipe which is used for distribution will be in a higher risk group, so more risks because the contact surface, for example, is much higher, of course. O-ring will be in a lower risk group. So depending on in which risk group the product is classified, there will be different certificates, in fact. So I will come back to that later on the certificates. So once the notified body has certified the product, the manufacturer can apply his a declaration of conformity or can issue his declaration of conformity, and he can apply the marking on the system. Outside of the scope of the Recast Drinking Water Directive, I would like to note that market surveillance applies to the Recast Drinking Water Directive and the products or the materials that are in contact with drinking water. So the member states, they will have to organize market surveillance on these products put on the market. So that's in a nutshell how the conformity assessment procedure will work. Next slide, please. So then, very briefly on the notification of conformity assessment bodies, so notifying them to the Commission. I already mentioned it's a third-party conformity assessment body, so it's independent. The requirements are they have to have an independent legal entity. Also for the subcontractors, for example, the laboratories, they have to be independent. ISO 17065 accredited. Requires other requirements in the Commission delegated regulation are provided in the Article 5 of this regulation. How are they notified to the Commission? So national notifying authorities, they have to notify these conformity assessment bodies to the Commission, and the Commission will register them in the so-called NANDO system, which is managed by our colleagues from DG GROW. What information will be available in this NANDO system, which is publicly consultable, as the activities of the conformity assessment procedures. So what is covered by the notified body, what is the scope for their certification, and also their accreditation certificates will be in the NANDO system of the Commission. So next slide, please. So what about these conformity assessment procedures? So I already explained that so for products and also for the metallic compositions, there is a risk-based approach. So they are classified into risk groups depending on the contact surface. For example, we have 4 risk groups for the products and also components. So if you have assembled products, it's the components are considered as well. But this is all explained in the implementing and the delegated acts. For the metallic compositions, which are included in the European positive list, there is a classification into product groups from A to D. So depending on the classification, the testing is appropriate, but also the certification will be different. We have several modules in these certifications. So if it is, for example, a risk group 1 product, it will be a module B followed by a module D. The module B is about EU type examination, and the module D is about the assessment. So you have to have a quality assurance system in the production process, and it will be audited as well by the notified body. If it's a lower risk group, then module B still applies, but there is no auditing for the QA system for the manufacturer, for example. It's the module C, so it's an obligation to have an internal production control. What to do on the modules, already mentioned. So module B is the test piece testing, production type, and module D includes the audits by the notified body, and they can withdraw, for example, test pieces for reduced testing on these withdrawn pieces. And the module C is about declaration by the economic operator itself. So the manufacturer, for example, can declare that he has an internal production control system into place, and he will have to declare. Next slide, please. Certification, it's just to summarize. So the certificates issued by the conformity assessment body are 2 types of certificates. So you have the module B plus D and the module B plus C, in fact, so for the declaration of the internal production control. The certificate has a validity of 5 years, and you can use the product on the EU market once the manufacturer has declared conformity. Declaration of conformity, which is done by the economic operator, is at the disposal of the national authorities for a period of 10 years and has to be made available to the relevant authorities at Recast. For example, the authorities who are responsible for market surveillance in that member state. Next slide. So this is a symbol of the marking. This system can be applied on the product, but also if the product is, for example, too small, it can be applied on documentation or on the packaging. It's related to the certified product and has to be affixed by the economic operators. It can be on the product itself or on the packaging, if any, or on the documentation. And it has to include the text that it's suitable for drinking water. And depending on in which member state the product is sold, also the official language of the member state. Next slide. Okay, just to conclude, so what do member states need to do? First of all, they need to designate a national notifying authority. That's required if they have national conformity assessment bodies that want to be notified to the Commission. As I mentioned, so these notified bodies will be registered in the NANDO system. They have to ensure that the ISO 17065 accreditation procedure by a national accreditation body is possible, in the sense that this accreditation body can accredit the conformity assessment bodies in line with the scope of the Commission acts. Then member states have to establish market surveillance for these products which come into contact with drinking water. There are no specific provisions in the Commission acts on market surveillance. but it does apply. So, for example, there will be an administrative cooperation for these materials organized by the Commission. And then last, but maybe not the least, is that member states have to define or have to clarify to the economic operators what they consider to be a national conformity certificate. This is important in the sense that in the Commission delegated regulation on the conformity assessment procedures, there is a possibility to have a transitional period, but there is a condition for the transitional period in the sense that there has to be a valid national conformity certificate on the date of the 31st of December 2026. So this is needed. There's no clear definition in the Commission Act on what does a national conformity certificate mean. So it was requested to the member states to provide more clarity. Next slide, please. So what do economic operators need to do? And there is a difference between, I call them existing products and new products. An existing product is in fact, which are already on the market before the date of the 31st of December 2026. So these products can enjoy a transitional period until the end of 32, in the sense that, as I already mentioned, this valid national conformity certificate is valid on the 31st of December 2026. Member states have to provide clarity on how they interpret the valid national conformity certificate. What's important is that during the transitional period, the Commission Acts do not apply. So it's a matter of national systems, national law. Of course, from the 31st of December 2026, economic operators can apply for the European certificate for their product, even if they have transitional provisions. So then they need to check the substances which are used in the manufacturing of the material, if they are on the European positive list. If they are not on the list, they have to notify ECHA. More details will follow later on, but I mentioned the legal deadline, so the legal starting date for notifications, which is the 31st of December 2025, but in practice, okay, notifications will start in the beginning of January 2026. Not on the first European positive list, so first notification and then application to ECHA. Starting from the legal date is the 31st of December 2026. In practice, it will be January 2027 to ensure inclusion in this European positive list before the end of the transitional period, which is the end of 32. So the conformity assessment of the product needs to be done by the notified body. Then economic operators will receive the certificate. They do a declaration of conformity, the marking, and then they can put it on the European market. Next slide, please. So for new products, in the sense that you have, or that an economic operator has as a product which he wants to put on the European market after the date of 31st of December 2026, and by definition, he cannot have a valid national conformity certificate on the 31st of December 2026, then the European system will apply. So then, in fact, the same rules apply as for the existing products if you want them to include, for example, in the European positive list some substances. If they are not included, you will have to apply to ECHA. If they are included, then the conformity assessment procedure can, of course, start immediately by the notified body. So that's in a nutshell. And next slide. Yeah, that was my last slide. So happy to take any questions later on. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Bert. Yes, and thanks for saying that. We will take all questions later on when we have the question and answers. So if you had some issues you wanted to raise coming from that presentation or the next presentations, note them down and we'll deal with all of them later on in the afternoon. And also to say that you can, this workshop is being recorded, so it will also be available on YouTube after the workshop. So if you want to go back and look at something again, you can do that. So thanks, Bert. And now we will move on to the next presentation on the European positive list. And my colleague Panos will go through that. Thank you, Panos.
Thank you, Mark. Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me well. My name is Panos Gerogiannis. I'm the team leader for the Drinking Water Directive team in Unit B3, the same as Mark. One small point to make that we had opened a slide for people who participate remotely, or at least they are watching remotely, to add their questions. We have been receiving questions, rest assured, because I have seen a couple being repeated. We will take them during the open Q&A, and as we have said, I think on the event page, we will be providing responses in writing to all questions we have received. So even if you don't get the chance to have your question read out and answered to today or tomorrow, you will have the chance to have a written response as well to every question. So I will focus on the European positive list, then there will be a presentation about the notification of intention and the application processes. Here I will explain the origins and contents of the European positive list. I will explain how the expiry dates are meant to work, and I will make some important points for the European positive list. Of course, this will be fairly high level for some of you, maybe not so high level for people who are new to this. And as we will be doing throughout this workshop, we encourage you to get in touch and ask questions for anything you wish to know more about. And our help desk is always open there for you to take any question, no matter how complex or not complex it is. And we will do our best to give some support. So what are the origins? The positive list required under Article 11, paragraph 2b. And how we ended up with the positive list we have right now in the legal text is we took the plastic food contact material list that comes from Regulation 10 of 2011. Some of you have some experience with food contact materials, you will be familiar with this list. We have brought them together with national positive lists that were notified to ECHA, and there was a deadline for doing that in July 2021. And changes that may have continued after that date have not been adopted into the European positive list, at least the first European positive list. So what we did at ECHA is to take all these lists, to combine them together, try to remove duplicates, clean them up to the extent that was possible in the time available, and then we proposed expiry dates to the Commission, for which the Commission eventually adopted in the implementing act that you have you know about, and Berta mentioned. I think it will be mentioned again in a coming presentation. The process of adopting the European positive list involved also a group of experts that had been nominated by member states, the so-called subgroup on substances, that was working with ECHA and the Commission towards the generation of the European positive list and the information requirements for the application process and also the application procedure. 3 legal acts that you will see again to be reminded of in a moment. So if you wish to take a look at the European positive list, you can go into the Commission Implement Decision 367 of 2024. It will be explained later today and certainly tomorrow that the positive list is now also available on our website on the ECHA page, where you can actually even download this in Excel file. You can use it to filter, to search for it. Perhaps going through a PDF document of several hundred pages is not the most easy task to do. The positive list contains 2,042 entries in total. It has 5 annexes. The 4 of them are perhaps the most important ones, because Annex 1 is the starting substance for organic materials, and we have more than 1,600 entries. We have Annex 2 with the compositions of metallic materials that has only 50 entries. Annex 3 is the organic constituents of cementitious materials that has 335 entries. And then the smallest is Annex 4, which is the composition of inorganic materials, enamel, ceramics, and others, that has only 14 entries. Now, what you can find in the European positive list, and there is a screenshot coming up to give you an example. There is a unique 4-digit European positive list number, EUPL number, that every entry will have, and there are cases where some substances appear twice in 2 different positive lists, specifically for the organics and the cementitious. And for each one of these positive lists, they have a different EUPL number. So you may find a substance that has 2 EUPL numbers because it's used in different material types. Now, there are the chemical identifiers of what is approved. Could be an EC number, a Recast number. Many times these are not available right now, but they will be populated through the review program. Then there is information about the approved uses of each entry, whether it is approved in plastics, in rubber, or specific product groups, for example, for the metallic compositions. And there are migration limit values, what we call maximum tolerable concentration at the top for the approved substance itself. And in many cases, and this will be populated further through the review program, for relevant chemical species, something that is also released into the water while you're using the approved substance, to put it simply. There is a column for approved conditions of use. Sometimes this is used to explain under what conditions this approval has been granted, and this will be reviewed, of course, through the review program. And finally, there is an expiry date for each one of these entries. You can see here indeed a screenshot. This is from the organic materials positive list from Annex 1. I will not go through obviously the full details because this is just an example. There's no particular reason these have been selected, but you can see the European positive list number. It's a 4-digit. Take the first row is 0889. You can see the starting substance name, what has been approved. It is in the 5th column from the left. There are the other pieces of information I mentioned before, conditions of use to the right-hand side of the table, and the expiry date is the end of a certain year, at least for now. So let's take a look into the expiry dates. The expiry dates have been introduced in order to conduct in an efficient way the review of the first European positive list, and this is required to take place within 15 years' time from the adoption of the list in 2024 until 2039. Now, as I mentioned in one of the slides previously, there was an ECHA proposal for these dates that was discussed with the experts from member states, and the Commission adopted them. And we have 4 different lists, which is the end of 28, the end of 31, the end of 2034, and the end of 2037. So every entry in the first European positive list has one of those days. There have been certain criteria that we have used in order to assign expiry dates. There were some basic criteria mentioned in the legal text, but discussing with the experts from the member states, we ended up with a methodology that takes into account the hazard profile of the different substances, the knowledge we have about the hazard of the substances, the knowledge of the substance identity. Sometimes the identity coming especially from old positive lists was not clear to us at the time, and the availability of risk assessments. So depending on this, something went further into the future, came closer, nearer the start of the application process, in order to have a logical prioritization for these substances and compositions. And this, by using the different expiry dates, you can get this overview. Again, I will not go through the entire, all the set of numbers. It's more for you to have a feeling that, again, the organic and the cementitious lists are the most populated ones. In the case of organic, metallic, and cementitious materials, we also have group entries. These are group entries where we expect applicants to notify and then apply for specific individual members of the group. So one group entry may generate 2 or more individual entries in the future, and group entries at the end will be eliminated from the European positive list. And if you look across the different years, the end of 28, 31, 34, and 37, you will see that there is around 600 entries per expiry date for the 3 first expiry dates, and the smaller number is for 2037, which is quite into the future. And the overall number is, as I said before, just over 2,000 entries. Now, that doesn't mean that everything will be applied for. It is possible that the same substance may be applied for by different economic operators. We would like to avoid this. And that's why there is the notification of intention process there to ensure that people can have the opportunity to collaborate, join forces, submit only one application, because only one application is required to review an entry in the European positive list. So how the expiry dates are supposed to work? In very simple terms, if you wish to keep something on the European positive list, you need to submit an application before its expiry date. Now, we encourage, the legal text encourages applicants to submit applications at least 18 months before the expiry date in the positive list. There is a key benefit in doing that. If you do that, the use of the substance will continue beyond the expiry date until the Commission decides on the application. So if for whatever reason the Commission happens to be late with issuing a decision, the substance does not expire, you will continue to be able to use it until the Commission decides. If you miss this deadline, obviously, if you submit later than 18 months before the expiry date, this does not apply, which means upon the expiry date, the entry in the positive list does expire. And that obviously applies to new entries as well. If a substance is not on the positive list, you need to apply, you need to wait for the Commission to decide, to give you a positive decision, and then it is placed on the positive list, and you can start using the substance to manufacture the different products. So there are a few important points to make on the European positive list. I think I mentioned this already. Group entries are there temporarily. They are just a container of potentially multiple entries that may spring up through applications we receive from economic operators. And similarly, when we're talking about nanoforms, every nanoform must be applied for individually. There's no group submissions for nanoforms. The positive list, Bert Lehmans from the Commission already explained, applies from the end of 2026. Until then, national provisions apply. Transitional provisions also exist, as it has already been explained. And if you need more details about how they apply in different member states, you are advised to go to the specific member states and inquire, because the situation may indeed vary among the member states. Now, there is also the transitional provision where I think Bert also explained there was a possibility by member states to approve additional entries between July 2021 and the end of 26. And as I mentioned before, we did receive the positive list by a certain deadline. We used that to create the first European positive list, but certain member states continued with their work. There is a transitional provision for these entries which are not right now in the European positive list, but because they have been approved nationally within the range that is shown on the screen, then a transitional period for their use applies until the end of 2032. And something important, which obviously in one bullet on the slide, I cannot cover it in sufficient detail. There are a number of nodes under each table, European positive list table, in the different annexes of the legislation. These must be respected, and they have very important information. So you are advised, if you have an interest in the European positive list, please also pay attention to the nodes below the table, because they do really explain certain provisions. So a question has arisen in the past, and we had received certain questions about this at the help desk. Is it necessary that every single starting substance, composition, or constituent is on the European positive list? And the simple answer is yes, but we need to be a little bit more nuanced than that, just to make sure that these requirements are clear to everybody. There is a possibility for something to be used in the manufacture of contact materials which is not on the European positive list. Generally, the answer is yes. I would like you to go away with this clear understanding. But there are some exceptions. And for example, you can see in Annex 5 of the Drinking Water Directive itself, it does allow the use of certain starting substances or constituents for cementitious materials, which are not listed. For instance, inorganic cementitious constituents are not listed in the European positive list. The European positive list is only for organic cementitious constituents. In that sense, you can obviously go ahead and use inorganic constituents as you see fit. There are some substances which are excluded from the scope of Article 11. For example, sacrificial anodes, membranes, and ion exchange resins are excluded from the scope of Article 11. Therefore, substances which are used for those, they don't need to be in the European positive list. And more importantly, you need to take a look into Annexes 1 and 3 of Commission Implemented Decision 368 of 2024, the so-called Fourth Implementing Act, which does allow the use of certain unlisted substances if they meet certain requirements. This is a legislation which is outside the scope of what ECHA is doing, so we will not go into the detail of this, but if you are planning to test materials and products for certification purposes, there is the possibility that the formulation does include some unlisted substances. So please do take a look if this is relevant to you to see what is allowed as well. Effectively, something which is non-hazardous and doesn't migrate too much could potentially be there without it being listed. So just to give you an overview, and that will be captured tomorrow in more detail. I mentioned before that the European positive list has now been disseminated by ECHA. Basically, it has been published. This is through the ECHA webpage. In the little box in yellow, you can see the bottom left corner. The European positive list is there. If you click the button, you can go through it. You can search for it. You can search for different entries in the European positive list. And as I mentioned before, you can download the entire positive list as an Excel file, which is probably very useful if you want to filter something out or search for it in more detail, or perhaps to see how many entries for using rubber have an expiry date of 2031, just to give you a scenario. And I think that was my last slide for the European positive list.
Thanks, Panos. I think you can go on to your next presentation as the next one on the list, and then after that we have the coffee break. So let's listen to Panos, and then we can have a coffee.
Thank you, Mark. Let's go to the main topic for this workshop. And just to be clear, there will be more events, certainly a workshop similar to this next year that will focus primarily on the application process, which is more detailed and more needs more information. Here there will be an overview of the notification of intention process, and tomorrow the practical demonstrations will really put everything into action. You will see what I'm describing today in more practical detail. So there will be some overlap, but I think it's good for, especially for people who really start from very basic knowledge. So the contents of this presentation will be the legal obligations for the notifications of intention. What are the information requirements, what you need to include in a notification of intention, and what processing we will be conducting on these notifications we receive at ECHA, and how we're going to handle these dossiers. So let's take a look at the legal obligations. Now, the notification of intention is described in Article 2 of Commission Regulation 369 of 2024. There are some important aspects to this process. First, it is a mandatory step before application. You must make the notification before you submit an application. There is an exemption at the bottom of the slide. As you can see, it is not mandatory for relevant authorities in case of application justified by urgency. There is a possibility in the notification, in the application rather, to explain that if you are an authority, you can indicate that we did not submit a notification for this, and because this is an urgent case, and they need to explain what the urgency is about. So moving back to what is the most perhaps relevant to participants today is notifications by economic operators. You must make this notification. This will determine the timing of your application submission, because in the notification you need to indicate that I intend to submit my application at a certain point in time. And before we get questions on this, it is not binding to the extent that if you miss that date by a day or two, it's going to be any problem, just to be clear. But we need to have an idea. The stakeholders need to know when you expect to submit an application. We need to know when we will be receiving your application. So getting this date is important, but it is not something that is written in stone. And we can go into this in more detail if necessary. Now, you must make the application within 12 months from submitting the notification, which means the notification has a validity of 12 months. So you need to plan a little bit ahead. But also it means that you can be less than 12 months. Obviously, we will explain in a moment that having it close to 12 months is the ideal scenario for everybody concerned. And of course, it is mentioned already in the previous slide that it will cover an individual starting substance composition or constituent, not groups. So if from one group you have an interest in two individual substances, you need to make two applications, which means you need to make two notifications as well. What are the goals of the notification of intention? These are explained in recital 2 of the regulation that was mentioned before. Basically, the notification process is there to encourage potential applicants to collaborate. And the key goals is to avoid unnecessary animal testing rather than having 2 or 3 or 5 companies going out to do testing for the same substance again and again. They can group their efforts and do it only once. And also it allows ECHA to know that what is going to happen and when, so that will help with our planning, with the efficiency of using our resources and how we're going to process these applications. It also helps us to know that even if we fail to ensure that different interested parties collaborate, at least to know that we have two applications for this substance coming at different points in time, so we can really plan ahead, even if people decided for whatever reason not to collaborate. Now, an important point which has been raised in some questions we have received already and we will probably continue to receive is about the mandatory testing data and cost sharing, and there is no such provision in the legal text for this. So it is really up to economic operators through the notification of intention system to identify who has the interest for the same substance, come together completely outside the application process, the submission process, decide who will be doing what, how to share costs, expenses, and all the rest, and collaborate hopefully towards a single application. So when would you submit a notification of intention? It was mentioned before that once you submit notification, you have 12 months to submit your application. As you can imagine, we would like to encourage everyone to submit the notification as early as possible. And the early notifications will help, obviously, other interested parties contact you to find out that you can find out they have something to offer you. They can share the cost and burden and effort with you, so you can plan as early as possible your joint work. Again, it will support ECHA's understanding of what is happening in the future and how we can make most efficient use of our resources. And it will increase, of course, the transparency of the application process, because all stakeholders will find out that there is an application for substance X coming into the future, so they can plan ahead. Even the people who have an interest outside the application process will really know what exactly is happening. So let's see the information requirements. There is a point to make about the start of the notification of intention process, and I think Bert did capture it. The legal text says that it starts at the end of 25. We did not want to make people start applying just before New Year's Day, so the doors to the notification of intention process will start on the first Monday of January 2026. So what are you supposed to include in the notification of intention? Again, tomorrow there will be a practical demonstration to see that the amount of information is actually quite limited. And we do aim to have this be a simple, a quick, and fully automated process. We need a little bit of information in the form of a UCLID dossier. If it's a software we have not used before, you need to familiarize yourself with UCLID. It's very important because it's relevant to both notification and application. So in the form of a UCLID dossier, you need to provide information about what the future application will be about, for which substance or which composition or constituent, what will be the application type, which means whether you are planning to review an entry already in the positive list, or you are planning this will be an application for a new entry that does not exist right now in the positive list, or perhaps maybe more relevant to authorities, this will be an application to remove, because this is a possibility as well, to remove an entry from the European positive list. So you also need to explain which uses it will be included, will be affected in the application, because right now in the positive list, for example, There may be a listing for a substance for use in plastics, silicons, and rubber, but you as an applicant, you may have interest only in plastic. So you need to indicate that I intend to submit an application only for the use of this substance in plastics and polymers. You need to indicate, as I mentioned before, when you expect to submit your application. That will give information to us and stakeholders how much time they have available to collaborate with you. And obviously, you need to identify yourself as an applicant. There's a possibility of appointing representatives. We can go into the detail of that if necessary. And there will be some piece of information of contact details that we need to obtain from you, which we will publish as well. So it will be possible for third parties to contact the notifier to try to establish this collaboration that we would like to foster. Now, the contents itself, in terms of the scientific contents, if you wish, they have not been defined in the legal text, but they are explained in two documents we have generated. We have several volumes of guidance, and in a later presentation today, you will have an indication what the guidance is about. But this one, the relevant one here, is volume 4 for notification of intention, which gives you the background, if you wish, the rationale for asking the information we are asking for the notification process. But also there is something a bit more practical. There is a UCLID manual for the notification of intention, which really takes you through every single field of the notification of intention and tells you that in this field you need to put the name of the substance. In this field you need to put something else. It explains how to use the different fields, and something that will be explained tomorrow as well is that most of the fields in the UCLID software, they have help text, which really you need to look into, because it gives you very useful information in what format to provide the information, what to add or not to add into a specific field. So please do keep this in mind. UCLID itself is very helpful, but the manual I'm referring to here on the slide really explains how to go through the UCLID template and fill it in. So when you open UCLID, as you will see tomorrow, you need to use the relevant so-called working context, the relevant template, if you wish, because UCLID is being used for many different regulatory processes, for ECHA, biocides, pesticides, and so forth. So you need to use the DWD notification of intention working context, as is it called. And this will explain to you, obviously, that you have to fill in very few entries as opposed to making an application for a REACH-related process. So I will go through this very quickly because it will overlap a little bit with the presentations that will be made tomorrow. UCLID is an acronym for the National Uniform Chemical Information Database, and this is software that will be used for both processes for the Drinking Water Directive. And within UCLID, you may end up using, if you're familiar with it, you will know that there are some harmonized documents, which are something that is used across different regulatory contexts. And there will be other very specific to the Drinking Water Directive. For example, in the application process, there is a document for migration data. This is really Drinking Water Directive specific. It's not really used somewhere else. There is a validation assistant within UCLID. You will be explained tomorrow how this works, which really helps you check the data before you submit it. So you should not have any surprise whether you have done a good job or not. The validation assistant can be run at any point in time. You can run it 100 times as you go along and you fill in some bit of information. You can run it again if you have the interest in doing that, to see whether what you have added is actually correct in the correct format and meets the requirements. The final outcome from using UCLID is you need to export a dossier. It's a file. It has this I6Z extension, and that requires all the necessary data. And tomorrow you will see how you export the dossier, how you submit it, and how you will find your notification of intention published on our website. So let's take a look a little bit closer into the contents of the UCLID dossier. Again, just a preview of what you will see, witness tomorrow. A UCLID-based notification of intention first has a dossier header that contains important basic information. You need to indicate the type of the application you intend to submit, if it's for the review of an entry, adding a new entry, removing an existing entry, the material type that your application will be relevant to: organic, metallic, cementitious, inorganic. Whether it covers a member of a group entry right now in the positive list, or it is for an individual entry in the positive list, the anticipated application submission date, I have mentioned a couple of times already, and whether the dossier is an update to a previously submitted notification, because there is a possibility to submit an updated version. There is a possibility here in the dossier here to indicate that this is an update to a previously submitted dossier. Section 1.1 comes next. This is the identification, where you need to indicate what you're applying for, what you will be applying for. And in Euclid, you present the substance through the creation of a reference substance. This may be a new terminology for you. Tomorrow you will see what that means, but basically, in simple terms here, you say what you will be applying for. And you need to indicate the type of the notified entry. One example is given on the screen. You will see tomorrow how this works. It's a monoconstituent substance or a multi-constituent substance. You will be explained tomorrow how this works. But it's a pick list. You don't need to make these things up yourself. You will choose one option from a drop-down menu. In section 1.2, which is the composition of what you're applying for, then you need to indicate the chemical constituents of the notified entry and the relevant concentration ranges. So you have more than one constituent, you need to identify them, you need to assign a reference substance to each one of them, and you need to give the range of their concentration. You need to indicate the state and form of what you're applying for, and this is specifically there to identify nanoforms. This is the place where you indicate that my application will be for a nanoform. And there's a little bit extra information required for metallic compositions. Impurities may be added as recommended, not mandatory information. And also, if you are planning to create a new metallic composition category that does not exist right now in the European positive list, then you need to identify the constituents of that. So if you want to create, you need to add into the positive list an alloy. I'll try to make something up, copper, zinc, molybdenum, titanium alloy. And this doesn't exist in the positive list, and this metallic composition category does not exist, then you need to identify the constituents of this new metallic composition category as well. It's very limited information, but that's something specifically for metallic compositions that needs to be added. In section 1.3, which is called identifiers, you need to provide the Drinking Water Directive notification of intention number if the dossier is an update. It will be explained tomorrow that once you make the submission of the notification successfully, you obtain the DWD notification of intention number. If you are planning to submit an update, obviously you need to provide this number for our systems to realize that this is an update to something that has been submitted before to make the link properly. Finally, and this is the last part of the Euclid dossier for notifications, you need to indicate the uses. And here it's really 3 maximum pick lists, drop-down lists that you need to choose entries from, unless it's something which is outside the pick list, you need to type something, so I should be a little bit more careful than saying that it's only pick lists, but effectively in most cases there will be 3 pick lists that you identify what is the material type, so you choose organic, cementitious, metallics, whatever it is the case. Then you identify a material category, plastics and polymers, rubbers and elastomers, silicons, that obviously apply for organic materials. For other materials, it's not really relevant, so you may not encounter this material category field. And then you need to identify the technical function or product group. Technical function for organics, to give you a quick example, could be monomer or other reactant, aid to polymerization, polymer production aid, something as simple as that. And the product group is relevant to metallic composition, so you choose A to D, B to D, C to D, or just D. And in most cases, as I said, it's really there for you to use rather than start typing any text. Here is an overview of what the table of contents looks like, and you will see more about it tomorrow. I think this is an example that we'll be using tomorrow as well. It's a completely made up alloy, so if anyone knows about alloys among the participants, please do not complain if this is completely nonsense. It is intended to be just made up. You need to provide some information to select the the relevant working context. In the identification, you need to identify that you are applying for this alloy. In the composition, we have here two compositions because one is for the alloy itself, the second is for a new metallic composition category. We're in this situation, this example, where we are creating a new alloy category. The identifier is 1.3. In case this is an update, you will need to add the Drinking Water Directive notification of intention number. And finally, you provide a minimum amount of information about the intended use. In this case, it is B2D, as you will see tomorrow. So my claim, and I think this will stay on YouTube forever, is that if you have the necessary information, it should be 15 minutes that it will take you to create a notification of intention. So please, if you find this not to be the case, come back and complain to me, but it will not be much longer than this. Believe me. So there is some information other from outside UCLID in the UCLID dossier that you need to provide together with the UCLID dossier. This is not part of the UCLID dossier itself, but when you go to make the submission, again, you will see tomorrow, you need to provide the name of the legal entity that notifies. You need to provide the name and details of a contact person. And then you need to provide the name and details of a representative. You are using a representative. And it is possible to use a representative. I can explain now very briefly how they are supposed to be used. If you are an EU economic operator, a representative can be used to mask your identity. If you do not want to disclose that me, company X, I have an interest in this substance and I'm planning to apply for it, you can appoint a representative. But if you are a non-EU economic operator, you must appoint an EU-based representative. So they have two different roles depending on the origin of the applicant. Let's take a look at the processing of the information we will be receiving. So again, I keep postponing for the more juicy parts for day 2, but it will be really practical tomorrow and you will see it in real life. So it will be much easier than me trying to explain in too many words. In short, what we're gonna do, our systems will be subjecting the dossier to certain checks to make sure it is compatible with the system, to make sure it doesn't have any viruses. So some very basic things that nobody really needs to be too familiar with. But the reality is that what the checks are going to do at the end will give an answer whether the submission is successful or it has failed. And you will see that as a notifier in the form of submission report, which will clearly tell you that you have successfully submitted the application, the notification, or you have failed. And as mentioned before, once you have a successful submission, you will get this DWD notification of intention number. Sometimes we'll call it asset number. So just also be familiar with this terminology. Sometimes it will pop up, so you will know what we're referring to. But this is a number that will tell you that this is notification, this specific one for the specific substance and material type. And obviously, if you have received one, your submission has been successful. Now, we will be publishing the notification of intention on ECHA. You saw the big page I showed before that right now has the European positive list published as well. And we will be publishing the name of the notifier or the representative, if there is one, and the contact email address that third parties can contact them on. So our advice generally is do not provide an email address of a real person because of GDPR reasons and so forth, but an email address will be required, a functional, obviously, email address for people to be able to contact the notifier. In terms of confidential information, I think there is also mention of this tomorrow. The intention is the entire notification of intention to be published, with the exception of a few bits of information. The name of and the contact details of the real, if you wish, notifier, if a representative is appointed. Obviously, we're publishing the details of the representative. And I mentioned already what are the conditions for EU-based and non-EU-based notifiers. The concentration ranges of constituents will not be published in the notification of intention, and the identities and maximum concentrations of impurities in metallic compositions will also not be published together with the notification of intention. So The information will be very basic, but quite informative as well. Which substance or composition will be applied for which material type, which technical function or product group, and an indication of when this application is planned to be submitted. And I think this must be one of my final slides. This gives a little bit of an overview with too many boxes and arrows, perhaps, of what I have been describing so far. There are two parts. You start from the left. You can be an economic operator, or you can be in a member state authority, because, as I mentioned before, both types of notifiers and applicants are possible. So the first step is to go into UCLID. You prepare your data in UCLID. You input the data using the correct working context. Then you export your notification of intention dossier as an I6Z file. You will see tomorrow how easy this is to do. Then you move to the relevant portal to sign up, sign in, and authenticate and go inside. If you're an authority, you need to use the authority portal. If you're an economic operator, you need to go to the industry portal. Effectively, the systems work the same. And then when you go inside, you need to make your submission. So you select the right context. That will be Drinking Water Directive notification of intention. Then you select the contact person specific for that notification. You have created already the contact person earlier. That will also be shown tomorrow. And then you upload your dossier, your I6Z file. You attach it effectively to your submission. And then you just press the submit button. And you will see it's quite straightforward. You will get a submission outcome very, very quickly to know whether you have passed the submission or not. If you have failed, there will be a report that explains to you what rule you have failed. So you will know that I need to go back and resubmit, and this is what I need to improve. But in most cases, we are really confident that people, if they make the preparation of Euclid properly and they use the validation assistant while they are developing the Euclid dossier, they will not really have any problem making the notification. And then once the submission outcome is successful, you get the asset number, the notification of intention number, and this is something you need to use if you need to update your submission. What we do next from our side is we filter out the confidential fields. I mentioned what will be treated as confidential, and then we publish. You will see again tomorrow what it will look like, and there will be details, obviously, of what has been notified, the details of the notifier and contact detail or of the representative, and there will be obviously a link to the dossier where you can open the dossier and see the relatively limited information that is in there, but very important information as well. I hope this makes some sense. There's a relevant graph similar to the application that we will cover after the coffee break. So that was my my final slide for this. Thank you.
Half an hour for coffee. Okay. Thanks, Panos. And thanks everyone for their attention. I hope it's been useful for you so far. So now we will have a coffee break for half an hour. So coming back at 2:30. The coffee is outside, and you're very welcome to catch any of us when you're out there if you have any sort of intermediate questions during the coffee break. So please enjoy. Welcome back, everybody. I hope the coffee and the buns were to your liking and you have renewed energy for the afternoon. So we carry on now with two presentations, the first of which on the next stage of the procedure, the applications, and then a presentation on our support to notifiers and applicants. So Panos, please tell us about applications.
Thank you. Yeah, let's go into applications and to reactivate this. We're having a problem with moving the slides. Give us a moment. It's not switched on. It has worked. Thank you, Natalie. Apologies for the short delay. Let's look into applications. Again, to give an overview, this event is primarily for notifications, but judging from the questions we have been receiving on Slido as well, I think application is attracting more interest than notification. Let's see. It will be an overview, and we're happy to take any questions afterwards, and of course answer Slido questions as well. I will explain the legal obligations for the applications. We'll go into a very high level review of information requirements, the steps in the application process, and what we are doing to prepare for the application process ourselves. There will be another presentation coming up on what support we offer to notifiers and applicants. I think that will be quite interesting for everyone. Let's see the legal obligations. The applications, as you know, they're required under Article 11, Paragraph 5 of the Drinking Water Directive, which, by the way, I think it was mentioned by Bert, was published in 2020. And the intention of the applications is to maintain the European positive list, to basically add new entries, remove existing entries, review existing entries. The application process described in regulation, the 369, which often you will see it referred to as 3DA, the Third Delegate Act. And the contents of the application are explained very briefly in the annex to this regulation 369, but the scientific information contents are explained in the annexes of another piece of legislation, the Implement Decision 365 of 2024, also known as the First Implementing Act. And there the annexes are much more extensive. They give you much more information as to what you need to look into. This is an overview which I think Bert from the Commission presented before. I will not focus too much, obviously, into the different acts, but the three acts which are relevant to ECHA's mandate, they are at the bottom of the screen as a repetition for to inform. The 365 Implementing Act is the information requirements for the applications. The 367 is the first European positive list, a very long document with the different tables with the entries in the positive list. And the 369 regulation is the notification and application process description. So the information requirements are much more extensive compared to the notification of intention, because we need to have effectively information that will show to the Committee for Risk Assessment of ECHA and to the Commission that the use of the substance or the composition can be done while the risks to human health remain acceptable. So what you need to provide is the identification of what you're applying for, and you need to provide also constituents in the case of a multi-constituent substance, for example, impurities and analytical data. This is not a requirement in the notification. Application is much more demanding. There is also a requirement to provide additional information when you are applying for a nanoform or when you're applying for a polymer or prepolymer, and this will be in the first annex of the first implementing act, this implementing decision 365. You need to explain the technical function of the applied for entry. And applied for entry, for clarity, is a term we have devised in order to stop referring constantly to starting substance, composition, and constituent, which is a very long phrase. But applied for entry is whatever you're applying for. It could be a starting substance, could be a composition, but it's anything you're applying for to place it or to keep it on the positive list. So you need to explain the technical function of the entry. This is relevant to organic materials and cementitious materials, the conditions of use, how you're planning to use it in hot water, cold water, in certain resins and so forth. You need to explain the processing of the contact material, and then to indicate what are the final end uses of this material and provide some details of existing approvals. This could be an approval under the food contact materials, could be under the 4MSI, could be in the case of biocidal active products, approvals under the biocidal products regulation. Then in Annex 3 of the first implementing act, there is an explanation of what physicochemical properties you need to provide for the applied for entry. There is a long list which, if you have obviously a rich registration, this will be very easy to populate because you can reuse information from the UCLID dossier for each. In the case of metallic and organic compositions, the demands are much, much lower. You need to provide only 3, if I recall correctly, physicochemical properties as opposed to more than 10, if I remember correctly, for the organic materials for the starting substance or cementitious constituent. So there are some important physicochemical properties in there that need to be covered. In the case of compositions, is much, much lower the level of demand. Number 4 is migration information, which is very, very important. You need to explain the migration levels of chemicals that are being released from the contact material. We express migration levels with CTAP values, concentrations at the top, and there is extensive guidance of how you can calculate the CTAP from the results you get from a migration test. What you need to be clear about this, which is a perhaps unique feature of the Drinking Water Directive, is that we're talking about the relevant chemical species. Sometimes you apply to place one substance or keep one substance in the positive list, but its use is accompanied by the release of multiple substances. It could be impurities that are also released, could be a constituent, could be the composition product, a reaction product, perhaps that is being generated while you are manufacturing the material, or a hydrolysis product that is generated during the use of the material in contact with drinking water. So while you're using your substance X that you want to have on the positive list, other substances, what we called chemical species, may also be released into the water, and some of them become relevant. And Section 3 of Annex 4 of the first implementing act does explain how you can identify relevant chemical species. Sometimes it will depend on the hazard profile. It will certainly depend on the migration levels. In the case of metallic and organic compositions, there are very, very clear indications of what is not a relevant chemical species, meaning that everything else is. So I'm going into too much detail, but please look into Section 3 of Annex 4 of the first implementing act, this decision 365, that really explains the concept of relevant chemical species. So once you have identified that for my substance, I end up with, let's say, 3 relevant chemical species, you need to look into what toxicological properties you need to provide for those. And the volume of the data you need to provide is dependent on the level of migration, the so-called CTAP value. There are 3 migration tiers: the low, the medium, and the high. The higher the migration, the higher the volume of data you need to provide. So it is very important, if you can manage to demonstrate this, that your migration is low. So because low means we have lower demands for toxicological information. There are some cases where you don't need to provide toxicological information. It is where we already know what the hazard of the substance or the relevant chemical species, to be more accurate, is. For example, if the relevant chemical species has a harmonized classification as CMR category 1A or 1B, we know already that it's quite hazardous. It needs to meet certain strict requirements, and we don't need new or additional toxicological information to help us define what is the migration limit value. The whole point of providing or relying on existing knowledge on toxicological properties is to generate what it has been mentioned before as the maximum tolerable concentration at the tap, the MTC tap, for every relevant chemical species. And towards the end of this process, you need to do the risk acceptance to basically show that the C-tap value, the concentration at the tap, is lower than the maximum concentration at the tap, lower than the MTC tap value, and you need to show this for every single relevant chemical species. So you need to make this comparison in my previous example for the 3 relevant chemical species which appear migrate into the water once you use your specific intended substance that you want to add or keep on the European positive list. So there is a lot of information that is involved. There are areas where you can waive some of this information under certain conditions that you need to explain your application, but the information requirements are much more demanding compared to the notification process. This is only a very quick screenshot of what the UCLID software table of contents look like for drinking water directive applications. You may recall that in the case of notifications, we had sections 1 and 2 only. Here we have all the way to section 10, and not everything will be equally relevant to each application, but that gives you really an overview of the scale of the task. There is again the dossier header where you need to provide some generic important information about your application and the substance that you are applying for, or composition, whatever the case might be. You need to provide general information about identity of what you're applying for, composition, analytical information. Here you need to give in section 1.4. In section 1.5, something that is very important to note, and I think we need to explain it more and more to interested parties. In 1.5 of the table of contents, you need to provide separate datasets for the different relevant chemical species. So you may have a dataset inside the dataset if you have a second relevant chemical species in the application. There's classification label and physicochemical properties, uses, migration, analytical methods for migration, measurements, toxicological data, the risk acceptance, and at the end, assessment by other authorities if there's something from EFSA, from the 4MSI, from biocidal products regulation, and so forth. And section 10 report is for documents which perhaps cannot fit under any other section in the table of contents. Again, I'm only scratching the surface, but there will be more material being released. There will be events as well to help people with each one of these sections. So this looks quite complex, and it has been asked how complex can an application will be. And can only be answered as it depends. Some applications we know for certain will be very, very simple because they don't have multiple relevant chemical species. We know everything about their toxicological properties. Their use are very simple. So they will be very quick and easy to prepare. Some others will be not so simple. So the complexity will depend on how complex the substance identity is. You may have a monoconstituent substance versus a UVCB substance, an existing alloy that you can easily obviously know exactly, and we know as well at ECHA what it looks like, what is its composition. You may have an alloy that it is meant to create a new alloy category. So we need to deal also with the alloy category, with the reference material for this alloy category, and so forth. You may have more or multiple intended uses. And sometimes when you do have that, it will be perhaps a challenge to show which one of these uses is the worst case use, is the use with the highest migration. And this is important, is required in the legal text, and it is explained in more detail in our guidance document. So if you have only one use, it's very simple. It's also varies by material type. In the case of metallic and inorganic compositions, description of the uses, of course, you need to explain how you process the material. So there is work to be done, but the uses in themselves are not really that complicated to present as opposed to uses for certain organic materials and so forth. Then there is the range of the so-called non-intentionally added species. You may have an application that has, I don't know, 3 impurities and 5 other reaction products. I make numbers up, maybe they're not really realistic, but just to get the point across that sometimes you have to deal with one or two relevant chemical species, sometimes you need to deal with more. And of course, migration data. There may be data available from previous applications that you have made in, let's say, under the 4MSI process. In case you're not familiar, 4MSI is the 4-member state initiative that was a group of member states, Germany, Netherlands, France, and the UK, later Denmark as well. They had their own application methodology and approval methodology, and some applications have went through this process. Some data that have been generated for the purpose of the 4MSI applications, they're perfectly good enough to be used again for applications to ECHA. So if you have them, then you are in a good shape. If you don't have them, you need to generate them. So that is obviously a challenge that depends on a case-by-case basis. Then there is the issue I mentioned before about waiving toxicological data. There may be cases where you don't need toxicological data because there is the parametric value in Annex 1 of the Drinking Water Directive. Things like lead and arsenic and copper, we don't need to see any toxicological information for these elements. However, if it's a new, completely new substance, starting substance for organic materials, then probably you need to provide toxicological information. You may have information from a REACH process, from REACH registration. You may not. Then obviously in that last case, you need to try to generate information. Again, it depends on the migration levels for that specific chemical species, because the higher is the migration, the more toxicological data you need to provide. So to this question, I think that you get the point that it really depends. It's on a case-by-case basis, and some people will have an easier ride than others. So it's very important to start very early to try to work on the information that needs to be provided in the application. So I mentioned already the reuse of existing data. Certainly, it is encouraged, and there is actually in Decision 365, this first implementing act. It is the point made that animal studies need to be undertaken only when no alternative methods are available. We do encourage, to the extent that we can, that people come together, collaborate, submit only one application. And I have mentioned to a couple of participants today, we only need one application per substance. There is no need to have 3 or 5 applications for the same alloy or the same composition or the same starting substance. It's really, of course, up to economic operators to collaborate, but one application, which is a good application, hopefully it will be good enough to keep something or add something to the positive list. Also, the approval, to be clear, of something on the positive list does not belong to anybody. It belongs to the world. So once you place it on the positive list, obviously everybody is able to use it under the conditions of use for which it has been approved. So one notification and one application is really enough. And there is no need to duplicate applications if this can be avoided. Now, technically, and I think there have been questions about this, and maybe tomorrow we're going to touch upon this again. UCLID itself as a software really allows you to reuse existing information. So if you are coming from a rich background that have already lots of data, you can really reuse them. You need to change the working context, which is an option, as you will see tomorrow in the demonstration, to go from REACH registration to Drinking Water Directive application. Then the data which is relevant to both working contexts are still going to be there. You don't have to retype everything again. There are things to be aware of, but generally data content that is there can be reused. So this is going to be very helpful for people who already have lots of data and they need to reuse it. It also is going to adjust to the requirements for the Drinking Water Directive application. Depending on the migration level, as we explained, you may need more or less toxicological information. So in the case you have, you are in the low migration tier, you have a CTAP value below 2.5 microns per liter, then you need essentially, in most cases, only genotoxicity information. So you may have a very, very complete dossier. You only need to provide genotoxicity information. This is what is really required. You can provide additional detail if you want to, but we can come back to this and at a later point. It's not necessarily going to help you too much for reasons explained in the legal text. But you do need to be aware of the difference between working context. It's not really just changing from a drop-down menu from registration to Drinking Water Directive and things are done. And of course, there are parts of the UCLID dossier which is specific to Drinking Water Directive, and you need to focus on them. They will not be there ready for you if you've used UCLID before. So in terms of sharing information and existing data, having access to information that belongs to somebody else, of course, this is something that you may need to consider. This is subject to specific agreements between different actors. It happens outside ECHA, outside UCLID. It's something you need to consider as necessary on your specific case. So confidentiality issues about applications. I think it has been mentioned before. Again, if you do not want to disclose the identity, if you're an EU operator, you do not want to disclose your identity as an applicant, then you need to appoint a representative. If you are a non-EU economic operator, you must appoint an EU-based representative. There are certain exceptions in the legal text about what will be handled as confidential, but generally the approach is we publish everything we receive in the application. And we're looking into this to make it a bit more practical to see how the filtering system is going to work. But this is a replication of what Article 10, paragraph 2 explains in this Regulation 369, the third delegated act, that there are minimal, very clearly detailed exceptions to what is going to be published, and this is the identity of the applicant if you have a representative. Again, we're not going to be publishing the name of the real applicant, hiding behind the representative. Information about manufacturing processes will not be published either. Any link between operators in the same supply chain, we don't need to know that company X is selling to Y or my supplier is company A, B, or C. Again, we don't really need this information to start with, but if it is provided, will be excluded. Any information we receive from any other union body or agency or member state, for example, EFSA, may have information that they may wish to share with us, then confidentiality that has been granted by EFSA in this example will be respected by us as well. And there is a specific one about impurities. If there's an impurity which is not a relevant chemical species, this also will be handled as confidential because it may indicate something about the manufacturing process. But if it's a relevant chemical species, because the first and foremost concern of the Drinking Water Directive is the protection of human health, then we obviously need to have information about this impurity as well. So let's take a look at the steps of the application process. It is a similar presentation as before for the notification with a bit more boxes and more arrows, if you wish. But the first part is essentially more or less the same. You have an applicant, which could be an economic operator or could be an authority. You go into UCLID 6, the software, to prepare your data. You need to include the asset number, the Drinking Water Directive notification of intention number in your application to show that this is my application, which is linked to the notification I have previously made. Then you extract you export your data into this dossier, a file that ends with I6Z, and then you go into the relevant portal, industry or authority portal, and you select the context, which is DWD application, select the contact person, you upload the file, and you submit. Again, you get a submission outcome very quickly, and that generates an application number. This is a number that you may need to refer to when you submit updates to your application. So we know that this is an update of the application by this legal entity for that substance that was submitted at a certain point in time. Now, an important point which is made in the green box a bit to the left is that generally updates are being done only on a request by ECHA. We will not be allowing people randomly and spontaneously to go and update again and again and again when they have a little bit more information or a little bit better information. Generally, updates happen when we request input from the applicant, and I will explain now where this happens. So we get the application, we have received the application, it has been successful. Then we're going to publish, according to the legal text, the date of application to indicate to the rest of the world that on the 1st of February 2027, we received an application for substance X. Then we will be opening the application to do the accordance check. This has two parts. One is the scope check to make sure that what the applicant has submitted is within the scope of Article 11. And the second is to check whether the information requirements have been met, to make sure that the dossier contains what is necessary and sufficient for the committee for risk assessment that comes in a moment has enough information to be able to reach an opinion. If RAC cannot reach an opinion, obviously this is a not good enough dossier, we need to send it back. You will see the little arrow, dotted arrow with the little envelope that goes back to the left. This is where the applicant has failed one of these checks, and then we need to send it back, the application back to the applicant for an update. And this will come with a communication that will clearly explain what has failed. Say that you have failed the scope check because X, Y, and Z reason. You have failed the information requirements check because you have missed this, or this information is incomplete, or something is whatever is happening. Again, in the case of application as well, your best friend is the validation assistant. As you filling the template in the application template in Euclid, you can write it again and again and again. The validation assistant will tell you this field needs to be filled in. This field you have not filled it in properly. This needs to have a number there, not a word that you added. Something of that sort that really helps you along the way. But it is still possible that you may fail. There may be a mistake or something. So we send it back, and there is 1 month to resubmit the application when the scope check is failed, and 6 months to resubmit when the information requirements are failed. Okay, assuming you pass through that and everything works fine. Again, we will filter out the confidential fields, and we're going to publish the dossier, what is left after the filtering, which is most of it really. And at the same time, with the publication, we will start the consultation of interested parties. This is a consultation that everybody can take part. Citizens, other companies, member state authorities, anybody who has something to offer. We're looking for scientific information. We were not looking for information, I like this substance, this is not a nice substance, or this substance is important for my company because X, Y, and Z. We need to have information that will really help RAC to reach an opinion. And RAC is a scientific committee, so any socioeconomic information that somebody may be inclined to provide through this consultation of interested parties, it is not relevant to this process. We're looking for information that will help RAC reach the correct conclusion about the risks from the use of the substance or composition. So this is where RAC, which is an acronym for Committee for Risk Assessment, comes in. Ophelia at the beginning explained this is a group of people, independent experts that have been appointed rather, by member states, and they will reach their own opinion within a certain period of time. I think a slide comes up that explains the timeline as well. There is a possibility for RAC to ask questions, to go back to the applicant to ask for clarification, but this will happen only where RAC cannot reach an opinion. So there is a blocking, something that is really not clear for them to understand what the dossier is about. So there is a possibility to go back, and it is one of those cases where we ask actively the applicant to update their dossier, because the idea behind this is that if you need to submit new information or something modified, some clarification, you will be submitting a new version of the Euclid dossier. Perhaps only small parts improved or modified, but it will be again a Euclid dossier. We don't expect to send a message back and you will write an email as an applicant to say, my answer is X, Y, and Z. You need really to update the Euclid dossier. And again, it will be done in a very focused way. So RAC is now assuming they have everything they need. They are able to draft their opinion. And then we share the draft opinion with the applicant. The applicant will have 30 days to comment on the draft opinion, to agree or disagree on, try to make some input. And RAC will take into account the information that the applicant has provided to finalize the opinion, and then the opinion will be sent to the European Commission, which is at the bottom in the middle, and it will be up to the Commission to decide whether to accept the opinion, to take this into account as necessary, to update the European positive list, to add something, remove something, renew something in the European positive list. Lots of work is hiding behind a few boxes here, but this, I hope, gives some overview of how the process is supposed to work. I think I have covered quite a lot of this, but I will go through it very quickly. At the submission stage, we are not publishing the dossier, but we are publishing the fact that we have received the dossier successfully. And this is to inform the world that there is something happening about this substance and somebody did submit an application for that substance. The accordance check, I mentioned the chances that applicants have if they fail the scope check or the information requirements check to come back within 1 or 6 months, respectively, to resubmit. Consultation of interested parties takes 4 weeks. It's open to everyone. The drafting of the RAC opinion may take up to 10 months for a single application, but there is also the possibility of grouping applications together. If all these efforts to collaborate does not work, and at the end we have 2-3 applications for the same substance, it would make, of course, sense to group them together, send them to RAC, and the RAC will issue a joint opinion for all of them. And at the end of the day, just to be clear, the empty setup value, for instance, for a substance depends on its hazard properties. So it cannot be different between different applications. So for one substance, the empty setup is only one. It makes sense to try to assess the substances together. In fact, there are some conditions in the third delegate act that explain where this joint opinion making is possible. It gives some options whether you have the same starting substance, the same impurity, the same concerns, and so forth. So there are some range of options to use this tool of joint opinion. The clarification questions I captured already. They will be asked only if necessary. The draft opinion will be commented over 30 days by the applicant. And again, repetition of a previously made important point, an updated dossier may be submitted only on ECHA's request. We will not be accepting dossiers that in the middle of the process of RAC developing an opinion, we will not allow the applicant to come say, oh, here's another improved dossier for your consideration. What you have submitted, this is what we're going to be used. If we need more information, we'll come to you actively to ask for any clarification. And I think that was the end of my slides. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Panos. And now we have the last presentation of the day by my colleague Clara, who's just coming to the podium. Do you need the clicker? Okay, good. Then over to you. Thanks a lot.
Hello, everyone. My name is Clara Rueda, and I'm a solution manager at ECHA. My role is to be a bit of the bridge between the business, the definition of the process, and the teams implementing the IT tools. I would like to start by remarking a bit the importance of having you here. And also we have many people connected to the YouTube video that we are also putting online, because collaboration with all of you, it's a key for ECHA's vision. And it has been key in order to shape the business process, the IT tools that we are implementing, and also to develop all the guidance and supporting materials that, anyway, Panos has already been explaining to you, but also I'm going to be highlighting to you today. Today, in this session, I will guide you on how we have been working with all of you and other relevant stakeholders to ensure collaboration. Okay, how we have been working and what would you expect for next year. We will also review the most updated supporting materials that you can find now available. What is the the DVD IT user group, and also how you contact us and how you can stay up to date after these sessions if you are still having questions, where I hope that we are able to clarify much of them. As I said, collaboration with all of you is vital for us. So from the very beginning, actually last year, we did a stakeholder extended analysis to identify what were the relevant stakeholders and to start planning and defining the type of collaboration that we were needing with each of them. 2024 was also an important year to develop the DVD guidance. The DVD guidance are key documents that aim to facilitate the implementation of the legislation, also to describe good practice, and to provide technical clarifications for applicants. Those guidance documents are very important and has been developed with many of you, with industry, with authorities, with NGOs, but also with the members of the Risk Assessment Committee and the Drinking Water Directive Working Group, that has been also helping us, all of us, on getting an agreement of the content of those guidance documents. Another important effort last year was done on the definition of the UCLID format. You have been already listening to Panos to explain how we are aiming to collect the data, how you need to submit the data to us. So last year, the focus was on designing the UCLID format that was needed for one of those sub-processes that are needed to update the European positive list. So the notification of intention UCLID format. To work on the definition of the UCLID format for the notification of intention, we have created the DVD IT user group. So last year, the focus was on there. But also, we started the definition of the most complex UCLID formats, which is the one related with the DVD applications. I mean, you have just listened, Panos, on explaining the complexity of the data that is needed on this second part. And also last year, we have one stakeholders webinar. This year was started with the publication of the guidance. So in January, you have all the guidance and some of them in some different languages. In May, we had also published the UCLID format of the notification of intention. So it's now available there for you to start getting familiarized. You can download it, you can start playing with it. Of course, tomorrow you are going to see a demo of one of our colleagues on how to do that. But just to let you know, it's already there, it's not going to change. So from January onwards, you can start using that format. But there is a lot of work to do still. So we have to finally define the UCLID format for the DVD application. This is our aim this year, because for next year, mid-year, we will release the final format for DVD applications. We have also started sharing how the solution to submit and to publish the information is starting to look like with this DVD IT user group this year. And also, of course, this workshop. And what to expect next year? We will continue working and collaborating with all of you on potential needs to adapt the UCLID format. Okay, the UCLID format is adapted once a year. This is done by the UCLID team here in ECHA, capturing all the requirements, not only from ECHA, but also from many other international organizations that are also using this type of UCLID format. Also, we are going to start preparing the work, and we are already working on many supporting materials that we are now having ready for the notification of intention, but that we are also planning to have ready for next year. And also, we will do another workshop next year. Again, your input on how this workshop works, in how the information that is available now is quite important to ensure that we are doing a good job, that we are doing things that are really fulfilling your needs, let's say. Now I'm sure that you are familiarized with the ECHA website, but I would like to highlight now the most updated and relevant materials that are related, that are for the DVD business process, and that are now available for you. I invite you to first access the specific DVD web pages that are in the ECHA website by accessing the ECHA website and then clicking DVD on the legislation tab. From there, you can access easily to the relevant legal text that has been presented today, I would say by Panos, but also from our colleague from the Commission. You will access to the guidance. You will see an infographic that includes a summary of all the key steps of the DVD process. And very soon, you will have access to the different tools. Now you have an explanation of the tools that we are going to use, but close to the moment where we are going to launch in, when we are going to open the doors, you will also have more information on how to access those tools. Panos already invited you. I also invite you to start going to the UPL data. UPL data is now in ECHA. So actually, if you access the ECHA pages, you will see the UPL, and you can start searching about on it on the substance. Panos was suggesting you some type of searching criteria there. and then find your way to contact us, okay? I think in our ECHA pages, you can easily find it in the support page, but we are here to support. I think that it has been a constant message today, but it's true. One of the important things, I mean, we have always put a lot of emphasis in ECHA is to support the small and medium companies. And during our experience with working with them, we have seen that this type of supporting material, this type of infographic are well accepted, are very nicely accepted by them. That's why I will start showing them the supporting materials with this one. What can you see here? Here you see the full DVD process to update the European positive list, no? Internally in ECHA, we have divided in notification, I mean, internally, we have divided, this is divided in the notification of intention to apply, but also on the second part, which is the DVD application called by Panos. So the first one aims to make sure that all the company or all the different actors notify their intentions, and the different actors with similar interests can find them across themselves. And the second one aims to collect all the data that is needed in order to assess that the use of the substance, the composition of the constituent, compromise a risk which is acceptable, okay? I will start to show you how this infographic works. So basically you can click on the titles and you will see the descriptions of each of the process. And then it includes a step-by-step guides, a kind of a metro line with different stops that we have identified to support you in getting ready. Okay, so for example, if you click on the know your obligations, you will see a set of questions that we have put there to support you, okay, identify and okay, well, am I affected by these obligations, or is my substance relevant to be included in the European positive list? You can click on each of the questions and you will see a description, some support that we have prepared for you. And even in some cases, you can click and get more detailed information. Of course, this is a good way to start getting familiarized with this process. But following also your input, we have created a different document with a different format compiling all of this information. So after you getting familiarized with this infographic, you can access to all the questions and all the answers in one place, okay? It's in this practical guide on how to be prepared for the DVD notification of intention, okay? So you can choose which is the best one for you to use. Regarding the other metro lines, metro stops, sorry, the prepare notification, submit notification, publish notification, again, the same, you can access them. Actually, if you want to check now while they are doing it, you can see what's the content. But what I would like to highlight is two main documents that we have prepared to cover those three stops. The first one is one guidance, okay, is volume 4, that includes the contents of a notification. What is the data that needs to be included there, okay? And the second one is a manual that has been already mentioned by Panos that tells you exactly how you need to use UCLID, which are the fields, how to fill in the UCLID, how to use the validation, how to different tips that are related on different items that you should consider when preparing the dossiers. One important thing is, for example, confidential information. The notification of intention would be an automatic process. There would not be manual intervention. Nobody from ECHA will be checking if someone has included confidential information in the fields that we are planning to disseminate. So it will be key that all of you understand how we are planning to publish the data so you can be ready to say, okay, no, if I include this information here, this is going to be published. In UCLID, there is a dissemination preview that will help you to do this type of analysis. So basically, you prepare all the data, and then you click on this dissemination preview so you can see if there is some information that you are not expecting to be published, okay? So you can stop it at there. The right side of the DVD infographic is not yet ready. We are working on it, okay? But what is ready is all the guidance documents that will support you on being ready to start preparing the application, Okay. All those guidance are the volume 1 on methodologies for testing that also include how to perform the exposure assessment and assessment on human health risks. Volume 2 related with the acceptance methodology. Volume 3 related with the scope of the DVD applications. And then there is a 5th volume, guidance, that has been prepared by the European Commission Joint Research Centers and is needed for a later step of the process. Okay, it's related with some calibrants and samples that you as an applicant need to provide to this to GRC. Okay. The ECHA DVD pages also include a page related with the tools. Which are the tools to prepare data, UCLID? What are the tools that you're going to use to submit the data, depending on who is the applicant? If you are an economic operator, you will use the industry portal. If the applicants are authorities, they will use the authority portal. The data will be published in ECHA. You can start getting familiarized of how we are doing the publication of data for other regulatory contexts in ECHA. So maybe you can start to go there, you look for a substance, and then you see how the rich doses are made available there. We are following a similar strategy, and tomorrow you will see, anyway, one of our cases, so you will see how this looks like. But anyway, you can start to get familiarized with it. Another area to cover is the DVD IT user group. So it's a group right now of industry and authority that is very active. I mean, that is collaborating with us on defining the UCLID format, okay? Because you know more than anyone which is the data or the type of data that needs to be provided. So you need to help us to design those UCLID formats. Also, we share there the business process, the IT tools to get input also from your side. And you have been also key, I mean, this group also have been key on preparing also the guidance and the supporting material that we have been sharing with you, okay? They have provided input. If you're interested in join the group and in actively collaborate, there is still room for any of you. So you can send an email to the email address that is in this slide. Finally, I invite you to subscribe to our news, to the next events, free events that we are going to have, so you are up to date with all the things that we are doing with your help for helping also you. And of course, if you have any questions, you can contact us via the contact form. This was my last slide, Panos, so thank you for your attention. Sorry, Panos, and all of you, Mark. I don't know why.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Thanks a lot. So that was the end of the presentations part. So now we turn perhaps to the more interactive part of the afternoon. So we have actually more time than we thought we would have. So we have plenty of time to answer your questions. So if you just indicate that you have a question, and then you can ask it, and also let us know who you are before, so we can just place you in our minds when we're answering the questions. So now it's over to you. It's your opportunity to ask the team questions on notifications or other parts of the information you've heard today. And I think also our European Commission colleague Bert is also still online if there are any questions more towards his area of expertise. So the floor is open. Over to you. Please. Sorry, you have a microphone button in front of you. If you could just put that on, then.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. When
Thanks.
Clara explains the notification of intention UCLID format, available from May 2026 or this May 2025? Because on the PowerPoint indicates May 2026.
I didn't catch this. Where is May 2026 is mentioned? The format is available now. Was it?
It's true, it's true. There is an error there, so thank you.
Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
that's why. By the way, just a reminder, please introduce yourself and your organization so we can have an idea of who you are.
I am Xavier Cazorla from Ginebra Hengue. We are from a Spanish company and we are in the group of IT tools.
Thank you and welcome. Nice to see you as well.
So everything is completely clear then. You're all ready to start with notifications and applications. Or maybe to break the ice a bit. We had some questions from the Slido. So I don't know if we want to show those and
Just read them out and
Yes.
okay, so my colleagues will read some of them out and we'll answer them. And if you have questions, if they stimulate something when you hear them, or and then you can also just indicate and we can take your questions as well. Oh, sorry, gentleman there.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Alejandro Garabatos. I'm the technical director of Fruit Consortium. We are an international consortium that is located in Spain, but we are representing most of the fruit producers. I mean, fruit is an inorganic UVCB substance that we are using as a raw material, starting material for not only for producing ceramic tiles, but also for producing hot water tanks. So that's why we are impacted by this Drinking Water Directive. So thank you very much for the presentations. But I have a question. So could you please confirm whether the sooner we submit this notification of intention, the sooner the applications will be assessed, either by ECHA or by RAC members? And my question is more focused on those constituents for which we do not have migration value and appears as not available on this Annex 5. Thank you so much.
thank you. It's a difficult question. Okay, I need to be. We need to be honest and transparent about this. It is not. There is no guarantee that the first one to submit the notification of intention will be the first one whose application will be opened. Okay, and we are looking into the way of we're going to be doing this. We need to do it in a proper way. We need also to understand the impacts of delaying or going too fast, and the information we get from the notification process will help us. I did give an example earlier. I will revisit. If two notifications have been made for the same substance, so in your case, Alejandro, let's say enamel, hopefully not, hopefully just one, but if two people, two notifiers come and notify enamel, and one says, I'm going to be submitting an application in January, the first day, January 27, I will be there with my application. And the second says, I'm going to submit an application in February, because we would like to assess them together. Likely, I'm not giving any guarantee to anybody right now. We need to see how this is going to work. Likely, we're going to wait until the second application comes in, so we're going to take them together. There is no need to send something to RAC and suddenly say, oh, forget about this now. We have another application for enamel. Please take this into account too. So to make this efficient, we need to be clear as to what is coming towards us. So there will be many parameters we need to take into account, but the general point I think you're trying to make is you come early, you're going to be assessed probably early. But there is no guarantee you are number 3 on our list for notifications, you're going to be number 3 on our list for applications, because there may be other issues coming into play. Another example, just to give, I'm giving examples just to make it a little bit more tangible. We explained already that making an application at least 18 months before the expiry date gives you certain benefits. Well, the key benefit, obviously, here is that you can continue using the substance until long into the future because somehow the Commission has not been able to issue a decision. Hopefully, that will not happen very often, but it is there to prevent these situations from happening because everybody is late, you are not penalized. If an application has come and has met this condition, which means that these people, the applicant has submitted, has some guarantee that the market will be there for longer, obviously these people may be in less in a hurry or urgency compared to other people who may be in a different situation. Again, it's a very vague example I'm giving to explain that we need to take many things into account, but we do appreciate the challenges for certain people, especially in your example, because you did bring a very important point up. There are a number of elements in Annex 5 of the second implementing act that do not have migration limit values. This may affect certification of products. And this type of applications need to be given some consideration early. Rest assured that we're going to do our best. We cannot play a numbers game again, that you are first, you are second, but we're going to do our best to try to make this efficient through RAC as well. Thank you for your understanding, and thank you for everybody who will understand how this is going to work, especially with many applications potentially coming through.
Thanks. Okay. Any other questions before we dive into the Slido? Please.
Okay. Lorenzo Bodei, I'm brass producer. A question concerning when you speak about the process of notification and you say that we have to specify the uses, okay? And for the metal, the uses means the class A, B, C, and D, or is that? Okay, thank you so much.
And for people who need to listen to me, yes, it is essentially for notification for metals. It's very simple to say it's A to D, B to D, C to D, or just D. Yes. In fact, sorry to jump the again. The example we're going to show tomorrow, it is this fake alloy, the 797, and you will see that there it's B to D, if I remember correctly.
Okay, then please, Vesela.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, so indeed, we received a few questions on Slido, and I would start with the question on Clara's presentation because it was the latest one, and there is a question: how can we find other notifiers to work together on the application process for notification, I assume as well? For example, for toxicological data, but it goes for all. So, Clara.
Thank you, Vesela. So one of the main objectives of the notification of intention is to support others to find themselves. So the things that we are going to publish per each notification of intention is the information about the substance that it's aimed to be included or reviewed in the European positive list entry. In the European positive list, then the dossier, filtering out some specific fields that I have been mentioning that are considered confidential, information about the legal entity that is planning to submit a DVD application, and information about the contact information. So basically, with all this information, the people should find themselves. You can try to search by, okay, which is the substance that I'm interested to, who are the notifiers that are notifying the same substance, and then it will be up to you to contact among yourselves. Okay.
Thank you, Clara. And then we also received one question several times related to fees for the notification and application. So,
thank you, Vesela. There is no fee to pay to ECHA for making a notification of intention. There is no fee for making an application. Now, there may be costs involved with testing, collecting data, getting access to data, hiring consultants, whatever. These are obviously something that the applicants need to consider and take care of themselves. But as far as paying ECHA anything, you will not get any invoice from ECHA. It's completely free, and the use of the UCLID software is free as well. So no money involved when it comes to your interactions with ECHA. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Panos. And if I also would like to add on this that for the data generation, it's responsibility of the applicant to organize the experiments and to pay the costs. ECHA is not involved in this because there was also questions related to who is responsible for the data generation and who is going to pay the costs and how the costs would be shared. So ECHA is not really involved in this process. It's between applicants if you are joining forces to organize this between yourself. Then there are a couple of questions for Bert, for our colleague from the Commission. I hope he's still there. The first question is concerning the full list of national conformity schemes requirements. When will they be published from each member state? And is there any expected deadline from the European Commission? I hope Bert heard this question.
Yes, I heard the question. Could you repeat the first? I missed the first part. Sorry. Which list is it, or what will be published?
Well, it says the full list of national conformity schemes requirements.
Yes. So I think I mentioned this during my presentation. The requirement for the products to have this transitional period is that there should be a national conformity certificate, which is valid on the 31st of December 2026. So the Commission is encouraging the member states to clarify what they understand to be a valid national conformity certificate, because the systems in the member states are quite different, and some member states, they don't have even a system. Just to be clear, it's the member states' responsibility to provide clarity to the economic operators. So we are still in the process of encouraging the member states to provide clarity on this, because some member states, they seem to be there seems to be a lack of urgency. But what we did, for example, in April of this year, we organized a technical assistance session for member states, where we clarified what could be the possibilities to clarify this. And we also have a list, but this list is available to the member states in order to support them. So we have a list of solutions which are implemented by, I think it's about 15 member states who are dealing with the definition of this conformity certificate. So that means that about 10 to 12 member states still don't have, let's say, are still not in the process of identifying or clarifying what should be a valid national certificate. But okay, this is ongoing from Commission side, but just I want to clearly state that it's a member state responsibility, because every member state is of course different. They have different certification systems, and if they don't have a certification system yet, it's not our intention to push member states to have a transitional certification system, but they just need to provide some clarity on what is allowed on their national market. As I already mentioned, in the transitional periods, the Commission acts do not apply, so it's the national law that applies until the end of 32, but it's up to the member states to clearly define and clarify what is understood under the valid national conformity certificate. So from our side, from the Commission side, we will not publish an overview of what are all the member states doing with regard to these transitional measures. It's up to the member states to clearly define what they understand under the conformity certificate. So I hope this is clear answer.
Thank you, Bert. And there is another question related to this. I think you already covered it in your answer. It's related to transitional provision from Article 3 of Commission Decision 367 that secures the possibility for stakeholders to get national approved substance material also approved and listed in the European positive list. And the question is, does this mean a notified body may use EU certificate valid until 2032 December, even if one of these substances or materials is used?
I do not.
Should I repeat something, or?
I do not completely understand. It's a bit a mixture between the provisional, the transitional provisions under the Commission Implementing Act 367 and the Delegated Act 370. So depends a bit in what direction this question goes. I don't know if the person who put this question forward can clarify maybe a bit, because it's a bit confusing. So.
Well, it's a slide question, and I think that those people are not in the room.
Okay.
But we would share these questions with you afterwards, and as Panos explained, we would publish the answers of the questions afterwards. So maybe, yes, you would be able also to contact this person.
Hi, good afternoon. It's me again, Alejandro Garabato. It's a question for Bernd. I have, being honest, it's a bit complex. I mean, the flowchart that you presented, because I mean, from the ECHA side, at least for an industry level, is pretty clear. We have first to submit a notification of intention and then to apply these application forms. But for the member states, it's a bit complicated because you mentioned that there is not a common agreement between all the 27. So it would be really helpful if we could have a list of the appointed bodies just to address some questions or questionnaires on what information has to be submitted to them just to obtain this, the so-called national conformity certificate. Because being honest, we do not see a real added value for those companies having to submit the notification and the application afterwards. So could you please stand a bit on that, Bert? Thank you so much.
Yes, I think you are referring to the notified bodies, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, so notified body, they will test in accordance with the Implementing Act 368. So there are clear requirements for the materials and the products. So that's also where they will do this risk classification. So the notified body, the whole, let's see, I think I mentioned it in my presentation. The advantage of the notified bodies is that you need only one notified body to contact. You test your, they will test your product in accordance with these testing requirements. But the first thing they will have to do is to look at the formulation review. And the formulation review, so they will check the European positive list, whether the, let's say, the substances used in the material are listed on the European positive list. And the notified bodies, that's also responsibility of the member states. At some point, the member states, they will notify the conformity assessment body in their member state, stating that, okay, they comply with all the requirements set out in the Commission Acts, of which you have the accreditation requirement. And then the notified body, it's in most cases, it's a commercial entity. Yeah? So it's going to be like, for example, Kiwa or other similar organizations who will do the testing and who will issue the certificate. And if you want a list of the notified bodies, so the notified bodies, they will be registered in the NANDO system. The NANDO system applies together with all the other acts. It applies from the end of 26. So by the end of 26, there will be information available on the registered notified bodies. I don't know if this answers your question.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, so we continue now with the Slido questions. Next question is, do dossiers need to be submitted directly by manufacturers, or can they also be submitted through trade associations? I think, Panos, maybe you can take this one.
Yes, thank you. The short answer is yes. Industry associations may act as applicants. Please consider section 4.1 of our guidance document, volume 3, and there will be links as well in the written responses to these all questions, basically. So, but make a note if you wish. It's section 4.1 of volume 3 of the guidance. We also published a couple of relevant Q&As, maybe something which is we have omitted to focus a little bit earlier. We periodically publish more and more questions and answers. That's why we constantly encourage people to come to our help desk. Maybe they will have a useful question that will help us develop an answer which is useful for a wider audience. And we have started slowly to release Q&As. There will be a link to relevant Q&As. In this case, for this question, the Q&A numbers 2096 and 2097 are relevant. A link will be provided as well to those, so you will be able to find them. Now, the background to the question, to the answer yes, is since the implementing legislation does try to encourage this collaboration between potential applicants, the role of the applicant should support the goal of this collaboration. And if you go to the section 4.1 of volume 3 of the guidance, you will see examples of who may act as an applicant. I will try to read very quickly some examples that are given in the guidance document: a manufacturer, obviously, or importer of the substance, a distributor, a user of the substance, but also a natural or legal person which acts on behalf of a group of potential operators, economic operators, potential applicants. So indeed, an industry consortium or an industry association, if they want to act as on behalf of a number of economic operators, they can do that. It's not a problem. Thank you.
Sorry, Chris Howick, a consultant. Just thanks for that, Panos. Just to follow up very quickly, presumably the industry association or consortium must have a legal identity in that case.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think in one of the Q&As I mentioned, I think that 2097 must be addressing this.
Yeah. Fine, yeah.
One of the two. Thank you.
Going to the next slide, a question. Can you confirm the scope of the directive? Does it apply also to water in packaged containers, for example, bottles, or does the applicability end of the tap and the or other regulations then govern the water in the container or bottle? So I think in general, what's the scope of the directive and where are the packaging materials and containers? Panos, you can take
Yes, thank you, Vesela. Now, Article 11 applies to materials that are intended to come into contact with drinking water from the abstraction to the tap. Everything after the tap is not drinking water contact material, maybe food contact material or something like that. So materials such as bottles, kettles, pots, or whatever, they are not relevant to what we're discussing today, the European positive list and so forth. The relevant section in guidance, it's section 2.1.1 in guidance volume 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Panos. So now we can continue with a bit more technical questions related to migration. And I see my colleague Nico Helsten here. So Nico, this question would be for you. It is, what is the current validity of migration tests previously conducted in accordance with the national standards and requirements? considerable efforts and resources have been invested in this assessment, resulting in a large amount of available data.
Thanks. So it's an excellent question, and basically existing data can be used to apply. The only thing is, of course, that we have these particular requirements, how the migration testing is conducted. And this is, of course, because we intend to protect human health. And well, we talk about something where things migrate in a closed system regulated by nature. So the conditions affect. So that's why we have this European testing standard, which is the requirement for everybody. And as long as whatever has been done before would meet the requirements we have, then it should be fine. So no need to retest in that case, because nature will ensure that everything works exactly the same way. Thanks. I hope this answers.
Thank you, Nico. And there are also a couple of questions related to migration, to the mathematical models. The question is, can mathematical models be used in the drinking water application to characterize the migration of substances from materials going into the water? And for assessing migration requirements, will the use of validation modeling programs as used in some food contact assessment also be acceptable for the drinking water assessment? So Nico, I think you can also answer these two questions.
Sure, yes. So basically, in some cases, mathematical modeling can be used. The cases where it's applicable is actually specified in the legal text in a broad way. I think there's 3 cases that we say. One would be where it's only for organic substances, starting substances for organic materials. In one case, when something is too unstable so that you cannot do a physical test. And then there were other cases, I guess. So basically, when these requirements are met, it's fine to use migration modeling. And yeah, the modelings we accept are either this full transfer calculation, which is a really, really huge overestimation. And then, of course, this food contact materials type diffusion-based modeling, which tries to simulate the physical test itself. And yeah, in some cases, these can be applicable.
Thank you, Nico. Continuing with another more broad question on migration. If new migration tests have to be conducted, how will the limited laboratory capacity be addressed? This constraint could result in significant delays in dossier submission. This is indeed a good question. Maybe Panos, you can take it.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, of course, the information requirements in the Drinking Water Directive are likely to increase the demand for this type of laboratory services. And of course, that could be argued that it's an opportunity for these laboratories to rise to the challenge, maybe expand their services, increase their portfolio, and try to find an opportunity for them as well, while helping, obviously, potential applicants to meet their legal obligations. Now, if lab testing capacity is limited, what can you do is obviously to prioritize the testing. So you need to reflect the expiry dates in the European positive list. Some things need to be tested earlier than others. And of course, collaboration, again, among potential applicants will help as well. So you don't have to do the same test 2 or 3 times, but once is going to be sufficient. Now, if laboratories are facing uncertainties, and this is causing delays because they're not sure exactly how to test for the purpose of applying for their client, their customer applying for the European positive list, then again, we would encourage them, and please encourage them on our behalf to contact us and ask any questions necessary for us to understand the challenges, to try to help them with practical advice. And often when we get these questions, that helps us provide help with many other people who may have not really contacted us. So if there are challenges of technical nature, please let them know. I don't know if people are watching us, obviously. If they're involved in this, please get in touch. Now, if there is a genuine limitation on the capacity available, that's something that I'm sure that our colleague from the Commission is taking note, but from our side, I'm a bit, I find it a bit difficult to offer a practical solution to this. I'm saying be careful how much you need these services. If you can collaborate and limit your needs, maybe that will be something that you should consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Panos. Now I see here two questions related to the first presentation on the European positive list. So again, to Panos, I assume. The first question is, since the European positive list incorporates data from various national and sector inventories, a single substance may appear under multiple entries. Are there plans to consolidate these entries? If so, please explain the process and specify what registrants need to do. That's the first one.
Thank you, Vesela. Now, it is possible that certain starting substances or organic cementitious constituents may be covered in the respective positive list by more than one entries. This may be the result of an unwanted overlap, some oversight that has led a specific substance being covered by two entries, for example, or could be a possibility that there is an entry which is covered both by an individual entry specific to it and also by a group entry. This is also a possibility. But the way that these lists have been built up, the historical context, and obviously the fact that they're disparate lists that came together in a sort of artificial way that sometimes has created overlaps that were not intended. Now, there is a note under the positive list tables in the organic and cementitious annexes, Annex 1 and Annex 3 of the second implementing act, this decision 367, which explains that where you have two entries, and one is for the individual specific substance, and the other is something which is broader than the specific substance, the conditions of use for the entry in the entry specific to that substance take precedence. So the entry which is specific to the substance overrules, if you wish, a more generic group entry that may cover that substance somehow. I need to find the specific wording to read it out to avoid confusion. I think I have it here, which is where a starting substance or organic cementitious constituent appearing on the list as an individual entry is also covered by a group entry, the conditions of use and specifications and expiry dates applying to this starting substance or organic cementitious constituent shall be those indicated in the individual entry exclusively. So this is another situation where we may have a certain substance covered by two different entries, an individual one and a group one. Now, practically what this means. If any economic operator has information about, they have an interest in that substance, which potentially is covered by more than one entry in the same European positive list for the same material type, please do get in touch to alert us to this and give you proper advice of how this is going to be addressed. Now, if we get several such requests, we may need to put them side by side to see if there is a more generic approach to be followed. But we do need to have a clear understanding of these cases. So if you have something specific in mind, the person perhaps who has asked the question, please contact our help desk and indicate that I have an interest in substance X, which may be covered by entry 1 and entry 5, and we will try to look into this and give you proper advice. The general idea is indeed to try to consolidate through this review program that will run for 15 years to try to clarify these discrepancies or overlaps which may have happened in the process of joining separate positive lists together. Thank you.
Thank you, Panos. And the second question that I allocated to the European positive list is if a substance is listed in the drinking water positive list as an additive, does the listing also cover the possible presence of the same substance as an impurity or other listed substances?
You cannot hear me as well. That's a bit of an issue. Okay, the answer is no. The starting substance must be specifically approved for the technical function that you want to use it for. And here, when I'm referring to technical function, is what we describe in the guidance documents, for example, Annex 3 of Volume 1 of our guidance as the first level technical function. And there are only a few of them. There is monomer or other reactant, polymer production aid, additive, aid to polymerization. Generally, there's also other potentially, you can write something more specific there, but these are the different first level technical functions for organic materials, which are, you need to have your substance approved for them. So if it has been approved, if it says in a positive list additive, it is not approved for use as an aid to polymerization, just to give an example. But within additive, the approval covers all types of additives, if that makes sense. This is the second level technical function, because if you go to this Annex 3 of Guidance Volume 1, you will find that there's a long list of different additives that are potentially relevant to contact materials. But yeah, for the first level, it is each one of them needs to be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Panos. The next question, I would read it, even though we covered it, but obviously it raised a bit of a confusion I can see among the questions that we received. So it's related to, again, what covered under Article 11 and what it's under Article 12. Are only Article 11 materials subject to the new conformity assessment procedure, or also Article 12 products like treatment chemicals, biocide under Directive 2184 from 2020? And I think I can quickly answer, because we already, I said, covered it. So just to reiterate that the European positive list doesn't really apply to water treatment chemicals. The water treatment chemicals are fully under Scope 12. So this should be clear, I think, for now. Another question. Is it possible to submit a notification of intention for substance expiring in a later slot, for example, 2034, already earlier, in order to get a previously unassessed nanoform of a substance assessed? For example, to get a previously unassessed nanoform. Panos, would you like to take this one?
There's no limitation. I mean, the expiry date is telling you by when you should review the entry in the positive list if you have an interest in keeping it in the positive list. So in this example that is mentioned, end of 2034, there is an entry that that's the expiry date. If you wish to submit a notification in 2026 and submit an application in 2027, obviously you are allowed to do so. Now, if the question was, can I submit my notification in 2026 and make my application in 2033, you need to be aware of Article 2 of Regulation 369, which explains that the notification shall be made within 12 months prior to the submission of the application. So there is, you make the notification and that has a validity of 12 months. Within those 12 months, you need to make your submission of the application. So take this into account. But if your question is whether I can submit sooner, yes, that's fine. We would be happy to receive your application if you're in a hurry.
Thank you. I was reading, we received some interesting questions. Another question. Let me see which one could I ask. For example, okay, could ECHA share the contact information for manufacturers who have indicated an interest in a specific substance in order to enable cooperation among potential applicants? Maybe you
Thank
again.
you.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm used to taking this. Yeah, because we have already explained this. We will publish the name of the notified or the representative of the notified if they have used one, and a contact email address. So you will know that a certain person has an interest in a substance that you have an interest in as well. You can contact them by email and then take it from there and see how it works out.
An interesting question that I would like to read out loud. Will the ECHA application assessments conduct by human beings, or how far will artificial intelligence software be used for granting or denying an application? I can, yeah, you can.
We're not that sophisticated. It will be humans who assess. And the reality is, okay, even if we did something internally, the secretariat, the committee is comprising people who have been nominated by member states. These are the people who will give an opinion. The RAC members, and with the support of a working group we have put together for the Drinking Water Directive processes. So no, it will not be artificial intelligence that writes an opinion. Now, what the Commission does afterwards with the opinion, I'm almost certain, I'm certain that the Commission will not be assigning tasks to artificial intelligence. Yes, it will be people. It will be people. Bert, do you want to chip in? I don't know, maybe you have different plans that I'm not familiar with.
No, just to confirm that we will not apply artificial intelligence as well for the Commission decision in the end. So also humans will go to the process.
Yeah, so we can keep our jobs a bit longer. Well, toxicologists, you know. Okay, another question related again to information requirements. The Annex 5 of the Commission Implementing Decision 368 allows for cementitious materials the use of organic constituents at levels not exceeding 0.1 microgram per liter in water intended for human consumption. Do I need to submit the test results to the authorities? You can take it, or I can also chip in afterwards.
This is now about the fourth implementing act. Allows for cementitious materials the use of organic constituents at levels not exceeding 0.1 microns per liter in water intended for human consumption. Do I need the test results to the authorities? I'm not sure if I should be answering this question because it's outside the mandate, but I would certainly, if I were you, don't take this as advice. I would keep any information safe. But this is outside the mandate of ECHA. I don't know if Bert wants to take to have a view on this, but it's not really for us.
Yeah. So it's on the testing requirements in relation to the implementing Act 368, so testing requirements. So this has to be provided to the notified body. So I don't see any reason why you should provide it to authorities, this information. But maybe I don't understand the question 100%.
Okay, thank you. Another question. What is the responsibility of the representative for non-EU submitter? As simple as that.
I'll take this as well. I will have to remind myself what we're saying in the guidance document, but this is certainly addressed in guidance document volume 3 in chapter 4, must be in section 4.2. That's by immediate response to that, and perhaps in our written response, we're going to provide a little bit more information. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Panos. Another question, which is not direct, well, it's not directly related to the drinking water, but it's a hot topic. It's in relation to PFAS. So the question is very general. Can we have an overview on the PFAS situation? We can, I think I can take it. We can understand that indeed PFAS, together with the bisphenols and phthalates, are a real hot topic. I would advise you to go and check ECHA website, where we have published documents on the ongoing different processes under restriction, and also documents from EFSA. When it comes to the positive list for the drinking water, there are indeed several PFAS present. And they basically have come from the food contact material list. So it's the list taken from EFSA. Would we receive notifications and applications for these PFAS? It's still to see, but of course we would also monitor the work that it's going on PFAS. So there is also one question related to mandatory testing and data sharing. Unlike REACH and the Drinking Water Directive, doesn't specify requirements regarding cost and data sharing. This is a critical issue that still needs to be addressed. I think we've already addressed this several times, that the Drinking Water Directive doesn't make any provisions for data sharing among potential applicants, nor does it mandate joint submissions. So the joint submission, which is an obligation under REACH regulation, it's not an obligation under drinking water. So as we already answered, it's up to the applicants to decide if they would like to join forces. I think that we addressed most of the relevant questions for today's session. Yeah, we can go through some more. Let's select some. So there is one question related to submission rules. Some economic operators have got concerns to apply for updating, adding positive lists, where very expensive costs will be paid from the applicant and then potentially used from the rest of economic operators. Any suggestions to protect the applicant from this economic damage? I think we also touched upon this.
Yeah, I think we explained that legally there is no mandate for compulsory joint submissions. We cannot force people to collaborate. At the end of the day, the way the system has been built up and based on the legal text is the one that one application is sufficient to add or keep a substance on the list. If people collaborate for this, great. If they do not wish to, we have, at least from our side, we have no means to force them to do that. And this is the so-called issue of free riders. Somebody does the work, somebody else benefits, but it's the way the system has been built up. it's if you really want to have a substance on the list, you need to obviously take some action to ensure that substance is on the list. You cannot rely on somebody else. Attempting to be a free rider could make you face surprises. Somebody who may have an intention to submit an application, at the end they may not. They may submit an application for a use that is not covering your use. So it's not a simple matter of waiting somebody else to do the work for you. But at the end of the day, if somebody has decided not to make the effort and I'll let somebody else do the work, yes, there will be an inconsistency in the amount of effort people are putting to get to the final result, which benefits both of them potentially equally. We don't have a convincing response because we are bound by the provisions of the legal text. The system is such that, yeah, it works in a certain way.
Sorry. I have a question. Well, this is Alejandro Garabatos from Free Consortium. I have a question linked to these relevant chemical species. So we are planning to run some migration tests, but we are dealing with enamels, and enamels are composed by different constituents. So what are the relevant chemical species in our case? The substances that are classified as hazardous, the ones for which we do not have a migration value, or just those with higher release? Or could you please stand a bit on that? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I'm trying to find the text in the first implementing act in the relevant annex. Okay, you need to start from section 3 of annex 4. At the bottom, point E says relevant chemical species include the following. In the case of enamels here, enamel, ceramic, or other inorganic composition constituents or impurities which have been tested in accordance with table 1. So what you have tested is always a relevant chemical species. Okay, now you need to go back in the same annex to find out which ones you should test. And the ones you should test, you will find them under section 1 of the same annex, point 1.4, sub-point C, I don't know how to pronounce them anymore. Section 1.4C that says each inorganic composition, constituent, and impurity identified in accordance with points 1.3.2 and 1.3.3 in the table of Annex 1, unless the inorganic composition constituent is carbon, calcium, fluorine, iron, magnesium, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, silicon, sodium, tin, or zinc. Effectively, you take the entire composition, you see whether you have any content of carbon, calcium, fluorine, iron, you exclude this, and everything else is a relevant chemical species. You need to test it, and it becomes automatically a relevant chemical species. So in a sense, it's in some ways it's easier for inorganic compositions compared to starting samples in organic materials, because you need to test their inorganic materials, and potentially based on the migration values, you consider something migrates too little, so it's not a relevant chemical species. In the case of enamels, you start from a composition, you exclude carbon, calcium, fluorine, all these very benign, and everything else is a relevant chemical species. And your question whether you need to focus only on your hafnium or titanium because it's missing empty setup value or the other things, no, all of them are relevant chemical species. Boron, do you have boron? You must have some boron.
Yeah.
Boron is a relevant chemical species.
So we will have to submit toxicological information?
No, for boron.
Okay.
Yes, boron has, where does it come? It's empty setup value. I need to go to Annex 5 of the second implementing act. If you give me a second scrolling, it's 350 pages document. Boron has a parametric value from Annex 1. Yes, what, 150 exactly. So since it has a parametric value, you don't need toxicological information for this. Okay.
Thank you, Panos. Another question. In case there is a national certificate, will it be valid for all member states or only for the country the notified body is located? I would say yes, but maybe Bert can elaborate a bit more.
Yes. Again, you have to make a difference between the European system and the national system. So in the national system, when you have a national certificate, for example, in the transitional period, it is only valid in the member state itself. So it's not a European certificate, so it's not valid for the entire European market. If you enter or you get a certificate from the notified body, that means that you have the European certificate for your product and it applies in the entire European market. So that's the difference. You have to make a difference. So a national certificate can never give you the right to sell your product in all member states. So this national certificate is like to cover the transitional period until the end of 32. And by the end of 32, everything has to be in the European system. So you will have only the European certificates after the date of, the legal date is the 31st of December 32. So you have to make a clear distinction between the two systems.
Thank you. The microphone, does it work? Yeah, okay. Thank you, Bert. After RAC review and approval, will be a new deadline for successfully approved DVD applications, or will the substance appear on the UPL without deadline?
I will take this.
Thank you.
That's an interesting question. It's not very clear in the legal text, and maybe Bert can help, or Bert's colleagues can help us reach a conclusion. Our understanding right now is that there will be a new expiry date. Okay, our understanding right now is that once RAC will issue an opinion and then it goes to the Commission will decide to keep something on the positive list, or put something, place something on the, add something to the positive list, or remove something from the positive list. And for everything that stays or is added to the positive list, there logically, but it's something, it's a very good question, and we need to come back with a more direct and accurate answer, perhaps. We do expect that there is an expiry date for this. The primary reason would this for be to take into account scientific progress. We get to know more about the substance, something happens. So there is a system where everything gets periodically reviewed. There may be a follow-up question of, okay, how long will this expiry date is going to be? We don't have the answer right now. We will look into that if we indeed conclude that expiry dates are required. But the current understanding is that there will be an expiry date, so there will be constant periodic review of every entry in the positive list. Now, the criteria of how we assign expiry dates, that remains to be seen. The criteria for the first review of the positive list were given in the legal text. We interpreted in a way together with member state experts who ended up with these 4 expiry dates, 28, 31, 34, 37, to make the system work, because if we didn't have an expiry date, obviously everybody will come at the very beginning trying to apply, and we would not have the means of addressing all applications. But it is a very good question. We will come back to this with something more concrete, but our current understanding is that an approval by the Commission, maybe Bert wants to chip in at this point or not, it will come with a new expiry date.
Thank you, Panos. Another question, after 2032, will member states still have their own positive lists, or will all member states rely only on the EU positive list? We wonder if full harmonization will happen after the transition period. If I have
Yes,
to answer this, yeah, Bert, please go.
I can take it,
Go ahead.
Marcela. Yeah.
Yes.
So indeed, after the date, so the beginning of 33, there will only be the European system. So only one list, the European positive list, and you, for the certification of the products, you will have to go to the notified bodies. That will be the system. So considering the transitional period has ended end of 32, there's only one possibility starting from the beginning of 33, which is the European system.
A question concerning the certification, but to have the European certification is necessary to use, for example, alloy in the EUPL, or maybe it's possible to have a certification using an alloy that is tested in the transition time and for example, approval from a national level for UBA in German, for example, or just to have the certification, the European certification.
Yeah, so I can take that question. So the European certificate is linked to the European positive list. So you cannot have a European certificate linked to a national positive list, for example. So the two, as I mentioned, go together. So you have the two pillars. You have the notified body who will assess the product, who will issue the certificate, and they will rely on the European positive list. That's the only list they will look at in the European system.
Thank you.
Thank you. Another question, again, to define the scope of the Article 11. So the question is, will BPR reform mandate union authorization and eliminate national authorization and mutual recognition? This move, mirroring the Drinking Water Directive success, is essential to end market fragmentation and cut the redundant dossier costs. So this question, well, it's a good question, but again, it is falling outside of the ECHA mandate on Article 11. And we would advise you to address this question to the European Commission. I don't know if Bert has something to add on this, or it's clear that it's not in the scope of Article 11.
No, nothing to add on BPR. No.
Yeah. So basically, we received a few questions that are addressed to us, but the content of the questions is not in our mandate. And when we are answering these questions, of course, you would be advised to ask them to the Commission, because we are not able to give you an answer, simply because it's not in the remit of the Article 11. One technical question that has been asked twice, so I think I would read it out. It refers to springs made of stainless steel. I hope I can read all this. Made in stainless steel, are manufactured and named according to ISO 69311. If the composition of such a steel is within the limits of stainless steel according to EN 188, is it then European positive list compliant? even if it has a different designation? How is the procedure to bring ISO 69311 on the EU PL? Maybe you can take it. Yes, thank you, Panos.
Thank you. I must preface my answer by saying I don't have access to the standards right now, so I cannot go into the details of what ISO 6931-1 says. So I can only give a hypothetical response based on what could the situation be. Now, the entry in the European positive list mentions CN 10,088, and the understanding is that alloys that fall under this EN standard are approved in the European positive list to be used. If the alloy that the metallic composition that you are dealing with, you manufacture or you're using, and it is described under this ISO standard, falls within the range or identical, is hopefully identical to the grades that are described in the EN standard, then logically the entry in the positive list should cover that alloy, that metallic composition you are using as well too. Now, I would anticipate that at the point of certifying a product, this correspondence, if you wish, between the different standards needs to be demonstrated. But again, I'm flying a little bit blind here because I have not seen the standards. I don't know the details, and it is a bit difficult now to give an answer without really knowing what the difference between the two standards are. There is no intention to introduce ISO standards in the legal text. The positive list refers to EN standards, which should be sufficient for the needs of a European positive list. Now, if for whatever reason my answer is a little bit off the mark and your stainless steel grade does not really match the composition ranges of what the EN standard prescribes, then there is always the possibility of applying for a new entry in the European positive list. Now, stainless steel, we understand them to be passive materials. To perform your application may be a possibility to avoid the classic migration testing and do an electrochemical test to demonstrate passivity of the metallic composition. Alternatively, we can go down the route of the full migration testing, which lasts quite a long period of time, but it is based on the contents of the standards, which unfortunately I personally do not have access to right now. If you fall within the what is prescribed by the EN standard, you should consider to be covered by the existing entry. If not, then you may wish to either modify, to expand the existing entry in the positive list, or create a separate entry in the positive list. Maybe expansion will be better overall. My suggestion would be try please to follow up this question with a question to our help desk with a little bit more information, and we may also try to have access to the standards to understand better, so my answer will not take too long and it will be a little bit more on target. And I have a colleague who raises his hand, so yes, Nico, please go ahead.
Thank you. So just to maybe add a bit more, of course, we are looking into the standards now, so we will obviously be able to clarify this a bit better. But on a, let's say on a practical level, the idea is that whatever you use, you should be able to demonstrate the safety again. So if you're using an alloy that is identical to something which is already approved, then of course it should be fine. But the question is then to demonstrate this. How do you demonstrate that? If a stainless steel is exactly the same, of course it should behave in exactly the same way in the testing. If it's very different, then should not. But yeah, that's very good question, and thank you for bringing to our attention these different standards so that we can have a look what the EN 10088 something covers. So, and also this ISO. But yeah, thank you.
I think while Vessela's just looking for the questions she wanted to ask, we have one more question left. Then if there's any more questions in the room, we'll be really happy to take those. So just think about that while Vessela's asking the last question. But over to you, Vessela.
Thank you, Mark. Indeed, I lost the question through going through the other questions. So maybe this would be the last question, and I would also like ask Bert to answer it. It's the German UBA limited the submission of requests for new national approvals to June 2025. Can a German company request national approval at a different member state?
Depends on what he wants to do. Huh? So in my understanding is if the German system, if there's no certificates anymore on the national level, then my understanding is that Germany wants to, how can I say, encourage the German manufacturers to enter the European system. I'm not aware of, let's say, mutual recognitions between member states. So I can only speak for the European system. That's my understanding of the German limiting their, let's say, national certification system, is that they want to push their manufacturers into the European system, whereas the Commission acts, they foresee that there is a possibility to have a transitional period until the end of 32. So that's the possibility.
Okay, thank you, Bert. And thank you very much, Vessela and Panos, for your answers. So this is your last chance to ask something today. Silence. Please.
Okay, good evening again. Okay, my name is Mancini from Ariston. Just a question about the positive list and the listed substances. So if in a positive list we have substances already listed, it's possible to extend these substances in another positive list that this substance is missing in some positive way using the dossier already submitted?
I'm struggling to understand how this could be. Are we talking about the inorganic materials, perhaps?
Inorganic materials,
yes.
Sure.
So let's make it practical. You can use fake, obviously, substance. I don't care about the identity. You're talking about one composition contains, I don't know,
Hafnium, for instance.
hafnium, for instance. Hafnium, for instance. So you are suggesting that you have made an application that contains hafnium, covers hafnium, and through that you cover something else in another composition. Okay. Bert will help me if I stray in the wrong direction. Assuming you make the first application, hafnium doesn't have an empty setup value. You provide the migration data that shows migrates in the low, medium, high tier, and then you give the corresponding toxicological information. An empty setup value is generated. The empty setup value will be placed on the second implementing act, most likely will go to update the table in Annex 5, where it says now not available. Okay, so the fact that there is already an empty setup value that has been reviewed by Iraq and presumably endorsed by Iraq in their opinion, then the Commission accepted, yes, let's put hafnium on that table with an empty setup value of X. I anticipate that it is logical that the second application you will make for another composition that contains hafnium will rely on that empty setup value, and you will not have to provide toxicological data. Now, if you have already the toxicological data, nothing would stop you submit them again, even if I'm wrong in what I'm saying now. But logically, we amend the table in Annex 5 with a new entry for a new value for hafnium. The next applicant can rely on this value unless there is a requirement in the legal text that says if there is updated information, this needs to be taken into account. I presume now, for the sake of discussion, that between the first application and the second, there is now scientific breakthrough that shows something new about hafnium. So we know exactly the same thing in 2027, 2030. So between these two fictional dates, if somebody places something in Annex 5 of the second implementing act, the second applicant can rely on that MTCW value not to provide toxicological data again. The same thing it will apply in other cases as well. So I don't see. I'm quite confident in what I'm saying, but is this what your understanding was as well, or your wish not to keep providing toxicological information for hafnium forever?
Yeah. In fact, I was thinking in this direction.
Yes. Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, we are aligned. Thank you.
Yeah, there is just one last-minute question that I would like to read out loud and maybe to address. Could member states submit notification and/or application already approved at national level according to EU standards and for member states' approach, responding to the EU positive list from 2026-32? If I understand correctly, the question is that if you've already applied and under the 4MSI, for example, could you submit the same data? You could reuse some of the data, and particularly if you have the same use and you've already done the migration. However, when it comes to the toxicological information, bear in mind that there is a difference between what was requested under the 4MSI and there are some a bit more information what would be requested under the drinking water. In particular, when it comes to genotoxicity under the drinking water, we are requesting 3 tests, in vitro tests, while for 4MSI, there were 2 tests. Also, for the media migration, we have information related to reproductive toxicity screening study, which was not included under the 4MSI. Also, under the 4MSI, there wasn't this notion of relevant chemical species the way we understand it now under the drinking water. So what I want to say that you may reuse some of the data for some of the information requirements. However, when it comes to the toxicological information, you need to be more careful and to go through the tables from 1 to 3 in the Annex 5 of the implementing decision 365. And that was, I think, the last question that we can address for today.
Okay. Thank you very much to all colleagues and all those who asked questions. I hope some of your issues were covered, but if something comes to you in the close future, then of course we will not be disappearing off right away. We have the opportunity to have a small networking drink together after the workshop. If you have a question, another question, you can ask us there as well. But first, we have a small recap and a plan for tomorrow that gives you a bit of idea what you will see tomorrow in the remaining part of the workshop.
Thank you, Mark. I think it's just one slide. We should have shown this. Okay, these are the key takeaways from today. The focus of the slide here is about notification of intention. I must admit, as you have seen, the majority of the questions we have received is about application, and understandably, people are more concerned about the main part of the process rather than the easy part, which is the notification. But here I will summarize what we would like the key takeaways to be for you when you go away, and especially after having the experience of tomorrow, which I will explain what will involve in a moment. This is what I would like you to, we would like you to take away. First, I'm sorry, I went to the wrong place. There were supposed to be some numbers in these circles, but they are not. Important point, the notification of intention is fully automated. You are asked to provide, to to make limited effort, provide limited data, very important but limited. And once it goes into the system, something comes out. We do not interact with it. We don't intervene into it. We don't change anything on your behalf. It should be very easy, and it should come out very quickly for everybody who submits a notification. There is a guidance document that you need to consider, which gives you the information requirements. And there is a manual how to use Euclid to go step by step, field by field in the Euclid template to fill in the relevant information, which indeed is very limited. We encourage early submissions of notifications. This will help us know what is coming. People outside interested parties will know what is coming. It will support collaboration that many people are worried about, how they will share data, they share efforts, they share the cost. So please make your notifications early if you want to take advantage of this possibility of collaborating. We are going to be helping you all the way. We have many questions. We're going to receive more questions moving forward. We're going to answer to every single question. If something is not clear, please come back to us. Our help desk is very important in doing that. And I'm insisting on the help desk because I think it's much better than me trying to come up with an answer on my feet. That will take a little bit of time. Sometimes technical experts need to be involved. Legal advisors may need to be involved. Sometimes we need to align with the commission to make sure that we give you really the right answer to help you make progress. And do not hesitate to come back with more questions. It's not a one shot you have in this. And if you don't get the answer you want or you understand, please come back. Nobody will stop you from asking again. And the final point in the slide is you should have already started this process. If this is your first exposure to this process of notification application, start speeding up. I wouldn't say you're late, but you need really to pick up the speed. You should already have an idea of what you're applying for, what are the uses. We appreciate that sometimes you need information from the supply chain. You may not have all the information because you're somewhere in the supply chain. You may be the manufacturer of the product. Do you really know what is in your formulations? You need to go up your supply chain to find out. You need to go down the supply chain to understand how your product is being used by others. So this information you need to put in your application, not really in your notification, which is very simple, but in your application you need it. Start looking for this information now. And the very important part that we mentioned already a few times, what defines the most difficult part of the applications is migration, toxicological properties, and one links to the other. So you need to understand toxicological properties, you need to understand migration. Toxicological properties, having an understanding from the beginning will tell you whether you need any toxicological properties because potentially you have already harmonized classification, there's a parametric value, so you don't have to worry about it. If it's copper, if it's boron that we mentioned before, obviously you have parametric value, you don't need tox data. But if it's not the case, then you need to go into migration to understand how much your substance migrates and whether it is a relevant chemical species. And if it is, the level of migration will tell you how much toxicological data you need. So there is preparatory work to be done before you even decide that your application will be that big or that small. Please start doing this work now so you will not be surprised by the volume of work that is required. And we are here to help. I think I'm repeating myself many times, but yeah, we're really here to help. Please ask questions. And you bring to us issues that we're not familiar with. The one with the ISO and the IN standards is something that we obviously were not familiar with. We're going to find out. We're going to have a view and we'll give you some advice on how to move forward. Thank you. That will be all.
Okay, thank you. So that's the end of day one. Just some thank yous before we move to the next part, the networking drink. Just to thank Bert from the Commission for giving his time to the workshop and staying online right to the end. So thanks a lot, Bert. And then also thanks to Panos and Ursula, Clara, for the presentations and the talks, and moderating the questions, and to all my other colleagues who've been involved in making the workshop go so well, and especially to Natalie, who's been dealing with all the administrative parts of the workshop. it's gone very well. So thanks a lot for that, and thanks to you as well for the questions and the attention. And so now we'd like to invite you to a small networking drink, which will be downstairs near to where you came into the building, and then we reconvene tomorrow for the more practical part of the workshop to look at the notification system in more detail. So thanks a lot and have a good evening.